everybody. Hey, Christine. Hey, Joni. Hey, Calder. How's everybody doing? Behind the scenes, there was supposed to be music playing during that timer. I had it figured out, but I guess I did not have it figured out, so I got to work on that. Thanks, everyone, for being here. And I want to thank everyone who was there with Dr. Kinsey. It was amazing. He's an amazing man. Hey, Patty. And I want to thank everyone for the super chats and all the payments, all the contributions to the stream. We really appreciate it. While I'm doing the stream, though, as I kind of get into the interview, I don't look at the chat as much. Hey, Liz. Hey, Tina. Pretty good here, Joni. Hey, Disney nerd. Hey, Kelsey. Hey, Carol. Hey, Chloe. Or Chloe, I don't know. So as I'm doing the interview, I kind of don't check on the chat as much. So I just want to thank everyone. I really appreciate it. If I didn't click on it, I'm sorry. As we're doing it, during the regular stream, I always click on them and thank everyone. It's a little more difficult during the interview because I'm just mainly focusing on that. But I just wanted to thank everyone so much. Things I learned from the interview. I should have went to when I was interviewing him and I had a clip up. Thank you, Christine. Hey, Amy. When I had the clip up, I played it, but I should have went back to the screen where it was just the two of us when we were just talking. I'll learning for the future. I wanted to play the clips, but I shouldn't have had the clip up the whole time when we're just doing the interview. So I will living and learning. Also, I know everyone heard the chirping. And I think what that was Dr. Kinsey had his iPad. Hey, Annie. He had his iPad and his I think he had earphones in or he had something on, and I think it was coming out of his iPad. So when I was talking, it was also coming from him. So I don't know if I should have, when I was talking, should have muted his mic. But I wasn't going to say anything. I didn't want to say anything to Dr. Kinsey, of course, and so I kind of just try to power through it. So he was awesome. I love talking to him. He's such an amazing man. So I hope everyone enjoyed it. And learning for the next one. Hopefully I'll be better. Thanks, Kelsey. Hey, Tiffany. What else was I going to say? Oh, thanks for being here. I know I'd much prefer to do live trials, and I tweeted it again this morning. I'm just can't do Stalk. I could never do Stalk. It's just not my thing. I couldn't do it. Thank you, Natasha. So what I did, let me share my screen now. Let's see. What I tried to do. Hey, Brad. Thanks, Liz. So I found this website, right? And I'm like, oh, this would be cool. When there aren't criminal trials, maybe we could do a civil trial. And some of these look interesting. These are huge cases, which thanks, Amy. These are huge cases, and I bet they have crazy experts, and I bet they have awesome attorneys. Hey, William. And so I reached out to them because they have live cases, and it's reach out. Look, if I go here, it says subscribe. So it says call this number. So I called the number. I'm like, hey, can I? And of course, the person who answered really didn't know. I'm like, how much does it cost? Hey, Mims. CVN.com. So anyway, back to the Dan Markel case. Who's ready to see Wendy Adelson testify? I know I am. Hopefully this attorney doesn't stare into the projector again.
Somebody get to it.
Yes, sir.
thanks, Amy. I agree.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, I gotta fix this.
Arranged the Collins's deposition for 4 o'clock today. I believe that Ms. Adelson will take a long time. I had asked the state what the plan was. I don't know.
It's a good idea, Brad. My only concern is,
these are witnesses that are still going to be called.
like, I don't want to do anything politics, but it's not a bad idea.
Why would she be long?
That would be if there's a traffic court that's live. I'd love to do it.
Ms. Kaplan, you expect this to be lengthy, right?
No, there's another.
Sir, but I think
There's a live trial on law and crime.
45 minutes.
We have a court reporter that we've already paid that's waiting to begin in about 10 minutes. Complete the deposition.
Answer all relevant questions. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. Anything else you want to make?
No, Your Honor. Thank
What was I gonna say? Oh, tomorrow, guys. Before I start, tomorrow. I'm not ready. I guess we will see. Tomorrow, if you didn't see my tweet, I'm gonna do a stream of Murdaugh, like some of the supporting witnesses, like Roger Dale and Miss Shelley and Shear, and I'm gonna try to get through as many as I can from 10 to 4. So I think that'll be a good time to go through. I didn't want to do any Murdaugh stuff because I had the exclusive thing, but this is gonna be for everyone. I think that'll be fun tomorrow from 10 to 4. Today I'm doing 10 to 2. I'm not gonna take lunch. I'm just going straight from 10 to 2, and then I'm gonna start working on the stuff for tomorrow. So today 10 to 2, tomorrow 10 to 4. Then tomorrow at 9 p.m., I'm going to be on Publicly Buzzed YouTube. My buddy Steve has a channel. It's pretty cool. You guys should check it out. Actually, I could see if I can pull it up now. Or maybe if Shannon could pull it up. But Publicly Buzzed has a channel where he does true crime stuff. And I'm gonna be on his channel at 9 p.m. tomorrow, Eastern Standard Time. But 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern, I'm gonna do the Murdaugh rewatch. Here we go. Are we all ready for Wendy or what?
you.
All right. Anything else?
Yes, sir.
All right. Has Secretary, please.
Your Honor, could I just get
Oh, no.
the time so I can tell the reporter?
I think she said about 45 minutes.
Would we then break after theirs and reserve cross for Tuesday?
No. We're going to finish today with this witness.
I understand. I don't believe that we're going to be able to do the deposition today.
That's up to you.
You guys can secure a reporter for us. We'll lose our reporter.
Oh, tonight you mean? I'll have to work on that. Don't know.
Wait.
Yours in the courtroom?
Safety. Everybody be seated, please. Thank you, Ms. Kaplan.
All right, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Wendy Adelson, Wendiadelson.
This is the ex-wife.
How are you employed, Ms. Adelson?
I'm an attorney.
All right, and do you know?
Microphone up just a little bit, if you would, please, ma'am. All right?
I'm an attorney.
All right, how were you employed back in 2014?
I was employed at FSU Law School.
Okay, and were you a member of the Florida Bar at that time?
I was.
All right, and did you know Dan Markel?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Mr. Markel?
He was my husband.
When did you meet him?
We met in
you.
2004.
Okay. And when did you marry?
We married in 2006.
Did you ever live in Tallahassee?
I did live in Tallahassee.
When did you first move to Tallahassee?
We moved to Tallahassee in the fall, August of 2005, and we lived in Tallahassee that academic year, so from 2005 until the summer of 2006. And then we spent a year living in Miami from 2006 to 2007, and then I lived back in Tallahassee from 2007 to 2014.
Why did you move to Tallahassee the first time?
The first time we moved to Tallahassee for Danny's job. He got a job at FSU Law School.
All right, and what about the second time?
And the second time we moved back to Tallahassee because he had tried to get a job at University of Miami Law School and it didn't work out.
All right, so both times it was for his employment?
Yes,
Okay, did you like living in Tallahassee?
I did.
All right, and did you live on Trescott Drive?
We did. That was our home.
And where are you from, Ms. Adelson?
I'm from Broward County originally.
Okay, and do you have family members in Broward currently?
I have one family member in Broward.
Where do you live currently, or you can just tell us?
I live in Miami-Dade County.
And what about your parents? Where do they live?
They currently live in Miami-Dade County.
All right, and what about your brother, Charles Adelson?
He lives in Broward County.
All right. And do you have any children?
I do.
And how many children do you have?
I have 2 children.
What are their ages?
They are 10 and 8, turning 9 soon.
Okay, both boys?
Both boys.
And both the biological children of Dan Markel?
Yes.
How are your family members employed, specifically your parents and your brother?
My mom is not currently working very much. She helps out with my dad's office. My dad is a dentist, and my brother Charlie is a periodontist.
And does your family have a dental practice in South Florida
They do.
that they own and operate?
They do.
Is your family in South Florida wealthy? I know it's a relative term.
Are you asking me to speculate?
No, I'm asking if they're wealthy. You may, if you don't know, you say you don't know.
It depends how you define wealthy.
Okay. Are they
Man, just like
millionaires?
Alec,
No.
can't admit that they're wealthy.
Okay. When did you separate from Mr. Markel?
We separated in the fall of 2012.
And was part of the reason for your disagreement or separation having to do with how to raise the children in terms of your faith?
Yes, we had different ways of practicing our faith.
Okay. Do you know when you filed for divorce?
I believe it was the fall of 2012.
Okay, 9/10/2012 sound right to you?
That sounds right.
And when you separated initially in the fall of 2012, did you move to South Florida with the kids?
No, I did not.
You didn't go to South Florida with the kids?
No, I did not.
Was it your desire during that time to move with the children to South Florida?
I would say right then, no, it wasn't.
Are you familiar with a court order ordering you to come back to Tallahassee from South Florida?
I'm not familiar with that.
When you moved out from the marital home there on Trescott Drive, you lived at another residence in Tallahassee, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall the address there?
I do. 3303 Aqua Ridge Way.
Okay. And Was there a time during the time that you were living there at Aqua Ridge that you determined that you would like to move to South Florida with the children?
There was.
All right, and were your parents very involved in trying to facilitate that relocation?
My parents were supportive of me moving to South Florida.
Would you describe your parents as being over-involved in your personal business?
As compared to other people's parents,
Yeah.
I don't know.
This is crazy.
What was the child custody schedule when you were living at Aqua Ridge? And I assume Mr. Markel continued to live in the marital home on Trescott?
He did.
Okay, what was the custody situation with the kids?
So the custody situation changed over time and depending on the part of the year. But I think in the beginning, we would do a Wednesday night overnight. It was about 50-50 shared custody, but I don't remember the exact arrangement. I do remember in the summertime it would switch to week on, week off, but during the school year it was slightly different.
So still 50-50, but not necessarily every other week. It was mixed up within the week.
It was.
Okay. And you mentioned that you did develop a desire to move to South Florida. Did you file a motion to that effect on January 14th, 2013?
That sounds, I did file a motion. I don't remember the exact date,
Okay.
but that sounds about right.
All right. And in that motion, did you make some allegations that Mr. Markel was making things difficult for you at work?
I did.
Okay. And was that motion granted or denied?
That motion was denied.
All right. Denied with prejudice?
I don't remember.
Okay.
If you have it, I'm happy to take a look.
Okay. But in any event, you were not able to move at that time?
I did not move.
And were you upset about being stuck in Tallahassee?
I was relieved.
You were relieved. You wanted to stay in Tallahassee.
I was happy at my job.
Okay. Do you recall when your divorce to Mr. Markel became final?
The summer of 2013.
Okay. July 31st sound about right?
That sounds right.
Would you consider your divorce with Mr. Markel to be a nasty divorce?
I think most divorces aren't very pleasant.
Okay, but this one was like really unpleasant, right?
I found getting divorced to be unpleasant, yes.
And in the litigation that ensued between the two of you, you guys argued over things as small as a tennis racket, I noticed in one pleading.
I don't remember that.
Did he threaten to press kidnapping charges against you?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
I don't
Remember
remember
that?
that. No.
Did he threaten to go after your law license? Remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
Do you remember him saying you failed to disclose a bunch of assets in the divorce process?
I do remember that.
Okay, did you guys have any mediations as part of your divorce?
We did have mediations leading up to settlement.
2 8-hour mediations, correct?
I don't remember how long they were, but they seemed very long.
Yeah, and they both did not result in a resolution.
They did not.
All right, but you did reach a settlement, I think, kind of just on the eve of a trial on the matter, correct?
That sounds right.
Do you remember this motion that was filed by your deceased ex-husband on March 26, 2014, involving, among other things, that had to do with your mother, an allegation that your mother was disparaging the children?
Objection,
I'm
issues
sorry.
eliminate hearsay.
Overruled.
Disparaging him to the children is what I meant to say. Are you familiar with that pleading?
I am familiar with that pleading.
All right, and in that pleading, did he allege that you were depriving him of physical access to the children?
I don't remember the specifics.
Do you recall whether he was complaining about you refusing to communicate with him about right of first refusal to the children during your time with them?
I know he was frustrated about the Skyping.
Lack of communication via Skype between
It's hard
he
to
and the
Skype
children?
with two toddlers, yes.
All right, and In that motion, do you recall him being upset about an allegation that you let the kids eat non-kosher foods?
I remember him being upset about that in general, but I don't remember whether it was in a motion or not.
What does that mean, non-kosher foods?
So kosher rules have to do with the separation of milk and meat, or dairy and meat. So non-kosher foods would be meat that hasn't been killed in a way that conforms with Jewish law, or the mixing of the two.
And is observing those types of eating habits something that's important to you?
It is not important to me.
And was it something that was important to Dan Markel?
It was important to Danny.
And it was important to him that the children observe that way of eating, correct?
It was.
And in that motion, did he seek to restrict your mother's contact with the kids to supervised visits only?
I don't remember, but if you'd like to show me the motion, I can take a look.
Okay, but you don't remember that portion?
No.
All right. Do you remember the allegation that your mother made statements to the children that grandma hates you,
Overruled.
grandma says you're stupid, your father is trying to take my sunshines away, anything like that? Do you recall?
No, but again, I'm happy to look at it if you'd like to show me.
I understand. Do you recall that Mr. Markel was seeking sanctions against you personally in that motion?
I don't remember that.
Do you know whether this
Hey guys, just real quick, publicly buzzed. Shannon put his link in there. Hey Steve, that's who I'm going to be on the show tomorrow night at 9 p.m. So check us out, publicly buzzed on YouTube tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern.
would have been a motion that you would have shown to your mother? Would she have been aware of it?
I probably would have shown my mom the motion.
Is it fair to say that your parents are very protective of you?
I think that's fair to say.
Is it fair to say that your brother is very protective of you?
I think that's fair to say.
Okay. What about Dan Markel? Did your family like him?
Do you want to specify a point in time?
Well, I'm specifically thinking of a statement you made in the interview after his death, where you indicated that your parents were very angry with him. Is that accurate?
At that point in time, during our divorce, I do think they were angry with him. They felt like he had treated me badly.
And the motion to preclude your mom from having unsupervised contact with your kids, that was still pending at the time of his murder, correct?
That's possible. I mean, I don't think anyone took that motion very seriously.
Okay. Did your mom take it seriously?
I don't think so.
Did Dan Markel take it seriously?
I don't know how Danny felt about a motion. If he wrote the motion, he was probably taking it seriously.
Yeah, she's really pissing me off.
I want to approach with some emails. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 80?
Your Honor, could I see what the state's of the motion?
Thanks, Laura.
Your Honor, and I don't know if you want to do it now, or I'm gonna request a sidebar on this. Smash! I'm gonna request a sidebar on this, Judge.
The letter is in. First.
This is State's Exhibit 80. Just take a moment and flip through, make sure this is the exhibit you reviewed previously.
I've been shown these exhibits.
Okay. And are these exhibits fair and accurate copies of emails between yourself and your mother, Donna Adelson?
They are.
Okay. And the email addresses on this exhibit, donnaharvey@gmail.com, whose address is that?
My parents have a joint email address.
Okay, but you were communicating with.
I already am.
particular
Yeah, but
emails.
Whoever signed the email, but it could be from either or both of them.
Okay, either could have used it, but we can deduce from who signed it who this one is from.
That sounds right.
Okay, and WendyAdelson@gmail.com, is that you?
That is me.
All right, Judge, at this time I asked to move into evidence, State's Exhibit.
We'll get a sidebar.
A little
let me give a
Kai the
brief
Hitchhiker?
legal
I'll have to check that out.
explanation to the jury. You've heard a number of hearsay objections about things that were said by Mr. Markel, things that are in these emails by another person who may not be testifying. Normally, we refer to those things as hearsay, and they're not allowed without the person actually testifying, but there are a whole bunch of exceptions to that. And one of the exceptions to that is when it's not being offered to prove that what's said is true, but simply to show that it has been said because there's some relevance to the fact that these statements were made. So I am not offering these statements to show they're true. These persons, I mean, obviously,
and
Mr. Markel
Sergio
can't be here for
Marla
us to have cross-examination of him. We don't anticipate that the other Miss Adelson will be here as a witness. We can't test. The attorneys will not be able to test that to see whether that's true or not, but I am allowing it for limited purposes to show state of mind of these persons. So you may proceed, Ms. Kappelman.
Yes, Your Honor. I noticed in the emails that your mother referring to, who I think is Dan Markel, as Jibbers. What does that mean?
Jibbers was a nickname that I gave Danny when he was being really difficult and causing me a lot
Jibbers?
of pain. Was sort of a nickname I gave him
Sigfredo,
to
yes, Sigfredo.
make him feel less threatening.
So it was a derogatory thing.
I wouldn't say it was derogatory.
Did you call him that to his face?
No, I called him Danny to his face.
Okay.
And Jibbers would be what? How would you spell that?
Kate and Sigfredo.
I don't know that I ever.
Kate, the person
spelled
who
it out.
allegedly
In the
was the
emails, I think
conduit
it's
for the
spelled
hit,
with a
and
J,
Sigfredo
but I guess you could spell
allegedly
it with
a
G.
hitman.
Jibbers.
That would be one way to.
Ms.
spell it.
Adelson, you had Mr. Markel's phone number programmed into your phone as Jibbers, didn't you?
That's right.
Do you know much about your brother Charles Adelson's business practices?
I know that he does implant surgery.
Do you know anything about whether he offers discounts for cash or does a lot of business in cash?
I have no idea.
Do you know if there's a safe in your parents' house that has stacks of cash inside?
I don't know about a safe with stacks of cash.
So you don't have a stack of cash in your parents' safe that's Wendy's stack?
No.
Okay. Did Charlie Adelson like Dan Markel? And again, I'm referring to the time frame before his death.
I mean, I think he was also, he would listen to me when I would tell him about things I was upset about at the time with the divorce. So whether he liked him or didn't like him, he certainly was supportive of me.
Okay, but he never expressed any dislike.
No.
Did he mention hiring a hitman to kill your husband?
Objection, hearsay.
No.
Did he ever joke about he looked into hiring a hitman, but buying you a TV as a divorce present would be cheaper?
He did make that joke. He tended
Hilarious
to
joke.
repeat himself, and sometimes he would make jokes that weren't very funny about all kinds of things.
All right, and was that TV, did he buy you a TV as a divorce present?
He did.
And was that TV the same TV that was being repaired at your residence at the time that your husband was murdered?
It was.
Who made the arrangements for that TV repair?
I did.
Your mom didn't make those arrangements?
I don't believe so.
And the repairman was at your house that morning that your husband died between 8:30 and 9:15. Do you agree with that?
I remember he was supposed to come between 8 and noon, and then he ended up coming on the early side.
That's when he arrived, between 8:30 and 9:15.
It's my best recollection.
Did Charlie ever say that he considered all possible options to take care of the problem being Dan Markel?
Objection, hearsay. And You're on record.
So just a quick observation here. I don't know if you guys watch Black Mirror, but there's an episode where like this woman's husband dies and then she orders like this robot that basically learns to be him, but he's like human-like. It's like a human, you know, it's an actor or whatever, but she's like a fucking robot.
I just have a standing objection so I don't keep interrupting Ms. McElroy. Thank you.
Did he ever say that?
No.
After the murder of Mr. Markel, did Charlie Adelson take you out for a celebration dinner?
No.
Do you recall any dinner shortly after Mr. Markel's death where you were with Mr. Charlie Adelson and vomited?
I do remember that dinner. I'm sorry?
Go ahead, I interrupted you.
After Danny died, I was terrified that someone was going to come after me or my children and harm us as well. And so I didn't leave my house for about a month. And when I finally felt ready to leave the house and have dinner, I told my brother that I wanted to have dinner, that I was ready to finally go to a restaurant and eat a meal again. And I'd barely eaten for a full month, just out of grief and shock. And so that night, when I finally ate for the first time, they ended up taking a while before they sat us, and they sat us at the bar, and I had a drink, and I wasn't used to eating anything or drinking alcohol, and I threw up at the table, the only time in my life I've done something like that, but it was certainly not a celebration.
And you never heard your brother refer to it in that way?
No.
Were you involved in any way in a plot to kill Dan Markel?
No.
Do you have any knowledge other than the statements you said your brother made or the jokes your brother made? Do you have any knowledge of anyone being involved in a plot to kill your husband?
No.
Do you know Catherine Magbanwa?
I have met her before.
How do you know her?
We met one time at dinner when I came home, and my brother introduced me to her, and I think we might have gone to the beach once with her and a friend for a few hours.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 36. Is that a photograph of you and Catherine Magbanwa at the beach?
With her friend, yes.
Okay, and do you remember the friend's name?
I don't.
All right, is this a fair and accurate photograph from that event?
That looks like the three of us at the beach, yes.
Do you recall when this was taken?
I don't.
Okay, does Father's Day weekend 2014 sound correct?
So June 2014, that's
Yes, ma'am.
possible?
All right, would it refresh your memory to look at the data associated with that photograph?
Sure.
Take a look at this top block there that references this photo. Tell me if you can advise when the photo was taken.
It looks like it was taken on June 15th, 2014.
All right, and do you know where the photo was taken?
I think that's South Beach.
Close to where your parents were living in the condo?
Yes.
And did you say how you know Ms. Magbanwa?
She was dating my brother.
Judge, at this time, I ask to introduce State's 36.
Is there objection?
None for Mr. Garcia, Judge.
None for Ms. McElroy, Your Honor.
It'll be admitted.
So, which one is you?
I'm the one in the middle,
And which one's Ms. Magbanwa?
the one on the left-hand side to the right of me in the photo.
I hope that attorney doesn't walk into the light.
States Exhibit 37. Recognize this photo?
I don't recognize that photo, but I recognize the people in it.
Okay, who's in it?
That's my brother, and I think that's Katie.
All right, is Katie Catherine McBanwa?
Yes,
Is this a fair and accurate photo of the two of them when, I guess during the time that they were dating?
that looks right.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to move to the state's.
I don't really see anything. What is this?
Is there objection?
Yes, Your Honor, this witness is not able to properly authenticate that picture in terms of when it was taken and where it was taken, so I would object.
Sustained.
Your brother dated Catherine McBanwa?
Yes,
Okay. And was that the context in which you became acquainted with her? Was through your brother?
yes.
She's like
Do you
a
know when they
robot
began
spider
seeing each other,
baby.
your brother and Miss McBanwa?
I have no idea.
Do you know when they stopped seeing each other?
I have no idea.
Do you know whether the relationship between your brother and Miss McBanwa was a serious relationship?
I met many, many girlfriends of my brother's over the years. I didn't get any indication that it was a serious relationship.
Okay, he's a guy that has a lot of girlfriends.
He has had a lot of girlfriends.
How many girlfriends has he had since Catherine McBanwa?
I have no idea.
Several?
Probably.
And does he have a child with someone now?
He does have a child.
How old is your brother?
43?
Has he ever been married?
No.
Do you know whether your brother makes a practice of giving gifts to his former girlfriends?
I have no idea.
Are you aware of any specific gift he's ever given to a former girlfriend?
No.
Do you know Sigfredo
Gotcha, thanks,
Garcia?
Janet.
No.
Have you ever met him?
No.
I want to ask you about the week prior to Mr. Markel's murder, like June 30th through July 10th, 2014. Were you in South Florida that week?
I know I was in South Florida for my father's 70th birthday. My dad's birthday is July 5th. I don't remember if his party was on his actual birthday or a little before or a little after, but I remember I went down for his birthday.
Can you tell the jury whether or not you were in South Florida on July 1st, 2014?
I couldn't say for sure.
Okay, but it would
I
be
may have traveled that day. I don't remember exactly when I went down. I only remember I was there for probably about a week and that I went down for my dad's birthday. But I couldn't tell you more exactly than that.
Your dad's birthday's on the 5th
It is.
What month?
Of July?
Was Mr. Markel planning to leave town the day after he was murdered?
I believe he was.
Do you know where he was going?
I believe he was going to New York to visit his girlfriend.
And how old was Mr. Markel when he was killed?
He was born in 1972, and he died in July of 2014, before his birthday's in October. He was 41.
41 years old.
Yes.
Did law enforcement in this case analyze your cell phone?
I gave them my cell phone.
Okay. And in your cell phone, you have some contacts for Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson, and Charlie Adelson, as well as Jibbers, who we've established as Dan Markel. Are all the phone numbers in your phone for them accurate phone numbers for those folks?
I would imagine so.
And I want to ask you about some recorded phone calls that were taken in association with this case. Did you have an opportunity to review a disc of some of those phone calls?
I did. The phone calls weren't played.
I'm sorry, hold on just a minute.
Yeah.
All right,
This is
so
direct caliber.
I provided you with a disc, correct?
Yes,
And a list of the specific phone calls and the voices on the specific phone calls that I was asking you whether you could identify.
yes,
All right. And did you initial next to the letters of those calls that you were able to identify?
I did.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you State's Exhibit 175. 175.
I just wanted to clarify that we didn't listen to the phone calls from beginning to end for each one, but that we were able to listen to parts of the phone calls so that we could authenticate who was speaking on the phone call.
Okay, and when you say we, who are you referring to?
Myself and my attorney.
Okay, so you listened to another phone call in order to be able to tell me whose voice was on the call?
That's right.
Okay, and when you initial next to the highlighted portions, okay, I guess I should say, the calls are listed by letter and number, each call, and then I have highlighted the names that I am asking you to authenticate, is that correct?
That's
Can't
correct.
All right, and if you've initialed next to that call, does that signify that you were able to authenticate that the highlighted names on that call were the voices of those people?
Correct.
Yes, and namely Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 175.
There's an objection from Ms. McElhenney, Judge. I
Your
can't,
legal objection?
Your Honor, I think it would require a speaking objection, so I'm not sure how you'd like to handle
State
it.
your legal objection.
The legal objection is going to be relevance at this point and improper foundation.
All right, I'll overrule that objection. No, admit, State's Exhibit 175.
I want to talk about your location on the day of Mr. Markel's murder. You know that law enforcement looked at your phone and sort of looked at your movements that day?
Yes.
Hey, y'all.
Okay. And that information indicates you were home at the Aqua Ridge residence at approximately 12:27 in the afternoon that day. Is that correct?
I don't remember exactly what time, but that sounds right. I know I had left to meet some friends for lunch, so I guess it was, I was home until that time. That sounds right.
All right. So it seems like kind of around lunchtime, about half afternoon.
Sure.
All right. And then shortly after that, at 12:29, it appears you were traveling on Centerville Road. Is that a normal way that you would ingress and egress from your Aqua Ridge residence?
That sounds right.
All right, and when you left your residence, you said you were going to lunch. Did you go directly to lunch?
No, I stopped and made a purchase for a party that I was supposed to attend first.
And what was that purchase?
It was my first time purchasing bourbon. It was for not a bridal shower. It was for a bachelor, no, it was for a wedding party, but it was the bride and groom together, and they had asked for people to buy certain alcohol to help them.
Like a stock the bar party?
A stock the bar party. I forgot
Yeah.
what it's called.
Okay. And do you remember what type of bourbon you purchased?
I don't.
Does Bullet bourbon sound familiar?
Maybe. It was,
All right.
they had a list of what they wanted, and so I asked the person at the store if they had whatever kind it was.
Okay. And do you recall where you went to purchase the alcohol?
I think I went on Thomasville Road at ABC Liquor.
Okay. Is there a reason you went to that particular store?
No, I don't know many liquor stores. That was the first one that popped up.
All right. And you made that purchase according to the receipt that was in your vehicle at 12:49. Does that sound about right to you?
That sounds right.
Okay. And did you make any stops between leaving your residence and going to the liquor store?
Maybe I purchased gas?
I don't know if you did or not, but I'm referring to your visit to the crime scene.
I did not visit the crime scene.
Okay. You did not pull up to the crime scene tape on Truscott Drive?
No. I was driving on Centerville Road, and sometimes I would take the shortcut through Truscott.
Yes, ma'am.
But when I was driving on Centerville Road, I saw some sort of tape or obstruction, and so I didn't turn.
Okay. And then you went from the liquor store straight to the restaurant?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. And what restaurant was that?
What was the name of that restaurant?
Mosaic?
Mosaic.
you seen the photographs that were taken of your vehicle?
I have not. That looks like my car. That looks like bourbon, yeah.
Who had your kids the morning that Mr. Markel was killed?
The kids were at preschool.
But I mean, at what home did they wake up that day?
That morning, I think they were at Danny's house.
Did you stand to gain anything from your husband's death, like financially?
No.
Do you know how much the lawyers that assisted you with the divorce process and litigation that followed the divorce, do you know how much they cost?
How much my lawyers
How
or
much you
Danny's
spent on
lawyers?
lawyers, yeah.
I honestly don't remember.
Fair to say it was
fucking liar.
a lot of money.
It felt like a lot of money to me.
So you do know.
How many different lawyers did you have during the pendency of your divorce and the litigation that followed?
I had 3.
Do you know how many Mr. Markel had?
I don't remember.
Yes, guys. This week we're doing Courtney Clenny for Friday Night Psych, 7 p.m. Next week, Friday Night Psych with Shannon, we are doing Wendy. So that should be interesting.
Do you remember your mom suggesting a plan to offer Danny $1 million to allow the relocation of you and the children to South Florida?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
I'm sure I knew about it at the time that it happened, and then I had my memory refreshed about it recently.
Did you ever make the offer to Mr. Markel?
No.
Did you move to South Florida after their father was killed with the children?
So after he was killed, I packed a weekend bag and went to South Florida for what I thought would be a couple of days, maybe a week. My son's birthday was July 29th, and I thought we'd be back in Tallahassee by then.
Did
And
you ever come back?
I did come back a few times, but not permanently.
Okay, so you ended up moving there permanently.
I wouldn't say it's permanent, but I'm living there right now.
Okay. Well, it's been 5 years.
It has been a while. I've been exploring options for employment in many different places.
Okay. And when you initially left to go to South Florida, was that the same day as the funeral service for your husband?
No.
Was it the day after?
It might have been the day after or the day after that. I don't remember.
Did you change your children's last name from Markel to Adelson?
I did.
When was that done?
So after Danny died, there was a lot of press coverage, and CNN put pictures of my children's faces unblurred on national television. Newspapers put their names without any consideration to the fact that they're children. And
I
I thought,
appreciate that, but the question is when did you change their names?
when they started school, I registered them under my name, hoping it would keep them safe.
And was
then
that approximately a year after their dad was killed?
it was whenever I registered Ben for school, so it was soon after. But I didn't legally change their name until after that.
Okay. And where did they start school? When you say you changed their name when they started school, was that here in Tallahassee or somewhere else?
No, it was in South Florida.
So that fall, they started regular enrollment like you would in the normal beginning of the school year?
That's right.
Okay. And did you also eliminate your older son's middle name?
When I legally changed their names, I did.
And you just dropped that from the name?
I did.
Okay. And that was a name that came from Dan Markel's deceased maternal grandmother, is that correct?
The name started with an A, which was to honor my grandfather, Aaron Adelson, and the second half of his name was to honor Danny's grandmother.
Okay.
So we lost an honor to both families.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Garcia.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Adelson, I represent Mr. Garcia, and I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
Charlie's your older brother or
I'm-
younger brother?
I'm the youngest in the family, so both my brothers are my older brothers.
And how many years older is Charlie than you?
He's approximately 3 years older.
Would you describe your relationship with your brother as a close relationship?
I would.
And the brother I'm referring to is Charlie. And just for the record, all the questions I have with regards to brothers is going to be focused just on your brother Charlie, okay?
Okay.
Charlie graduated high school,
He did.
college,
He did.
dental school,
He did.
so he has substantial educational background.
Yes.
Would you consider him to be book smart?
He did very well in his classes.
So that would potentially be a yes.
yes.
What about street smart? Do you think he was kind of street smart?
I think he's good with people.
And would it be fair to say that he has a wide range of friends, different types
Hey,
of
dog.
friends?
He
Welcome.
has a lot of friends.
Would you say, well, are there certain friends that he goes out nightclubbing with?
I don't know. He doesn't talk to me about night clubbing.
Okay. Well, when he has social events, do you ever go out with him socially?
I haven't in a long time. I'm pretty busy with my kids. But I have once or twice gone out with him.
And is it the same types of friends that he goes out to these social events with?
He would usually go with his roommate, who's, I don't think they're living together anymore, but they lived together for a while.
Would you agree with me that your brother Charlie was I don't want to call him like a socialite, but he would frequent the nightclub scene?
I honestly don't know that.
So your single brother is a pretty handsome guy, right?
I think he's handsome.
Right. We've seen his pictures. Good-looking guy. Never been married, right?
No.
And what kind of car does he have?
For a while, what does he have? What is he driving right now?
Well,
He
let me-
likes
let me-
cars. Like
He has a lot of cars, right? And these aren't like Hondas or Toyotas. They're Mercedeses and Ferraris, right?
he drove an unmarked police car for a while.
But that wasn't my question. My question was, did he ever have a Mercedes?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, and it wasn't like a C300. It was like a 5 Series, right?
I honestly don't know anything about cars.
Well, it was the bigger Mercedes, right?
It was
Right.
big.
It was the bigger one. And he also had a Ferrari, right?
I know he had one really fancy car, but I don't remember what brand it
Oh,
was.
come
So you're
on.
telling this jury that you don't remember if your brother had a Ferrari?
Cars are really not important to me. You saw mine.
You,
I drove a
oh,
minivan.
fuck you.
Well,
You
but
fucking liar.
you're not your brother, right?
I am not my brother.
And
No,
you-
I knew he had a fancy car. I just don't remember if it
You
was a
don't know he had a
Porsche or if it was a
fucking
Ferrari. It
Ferrari?
was something fancy.
Something kind of fancy,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
You
So
fucking
you have a
liar.
pretty successful brother, right?
He's successful, yeah.
And he likes to show off his success with his extravagant cars, correct?
He likes fancy cars.
Okay. Handsome guy, in good shape, right?
He's handsome.
And you indicated that he had a lot of girlfriends, right?
Yes.
Now, I know you didn't go clubbing with him, but were you aware that he would go to like Miami Beach a lot?
I mean,
Or South Beach?
Sure. I mean, I couldn't say how often he went out or where he was going. It's just not something I would really talk to him about.
Hey, Roseanne.
When your brother took you out to dinner and you vomited, do you remember what the restaurant was?
I do.
Which restaurant was it?
It's called Uvia.
Okay, where's that located?
It's on Lincoln Road.
Okay, and Lincoln Road's in South Beach, right?
Lincoln Road is in South Beach.
Are you aware if your brother took steroids?
No, I'm not aware if he took steroids.
What about if your brother used illicit drugs?
I'm not aware of my brother using illicit drugs.
And the fact that you're not aware if he used it doesn't mean he didn't use it, correct?
No, I'm just saying I don't know.
Do you know when Luis Rivera started serving your brother drugs?
I don't know anything about that.
Your brother would frequent South Beach and Miami Beach sometimes, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know? The restaurant that he took you to was in South Beach, correct?
I was living close to that restaurant at the time.
And your parents had a home in South Beach also, correct?
My parents did not have a home in South Beach. They were renting an apartment.
I'll rephrase it. They had a place to stay in South Beach, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Hey, Charlotte.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nicholson.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today? You doing okay?
I'm fine.
You nervous?
Am I nervous?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm nervous.
Okay. Now, you stated on direct examination that you are a lawyer,
I am a lawyer.
right? So you understand that the oath that you took before you took the stand, correct?
Yes,
You know the consequences of not being truthful here,
of course.
and you also have a separate obligation as an attorney to tell the truth, right?
Of course.
Okay. Now, do you know who killed Dan Markel?
No,
Did your brother have anything to do with killing Dan Markel?
I don't believe so.
Your mother is Donna Adelson.
She is.
Where is she right now?
Right now, she's with my children
Not in
In-
Tallahassee.
in Miami.
Okay, she's not in jail?
No,
She's never been arrested before?
no,
Okay. She's not even testifying in this case, is she? To your
No.
knowledge?
to my knowledge, no.
What about your brother Charlie? Is he in Miami right now?
He's probably in Fort Lauderdale right now?
Okay, but he hasn't been arrested,
No,
hasn't been charged,
no,
and he's not testifying in this case, is he?
no.
Okay. Are you aware if the state has attempted to subpoena them to come to court?
I believe they have received a subpoena to come to court.
Okay, and it was for them to come and testify in this trial, or you don't know?
I don't know for certain.
Okay, but you know they've received some form of subpoena?
I heard about that.
Okay. When is the last time you spoke to your family? Your mom, in particular?
This morning, I called to check in on the boys.
Okay. How is your relationship with your parents now? Is it estranged in any way, or you still have a good relationship with your parents?
I still have a good relationship.
What about your brother Charlie?
I still have a good relationship.
When is the last time you spoke to Charlie?
Probably last week at some point.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned that Charlie is a father.
He is.
When did he have his child? Is it a boy or a girl?
It's a boy.
Okay,
He was born in December 2017.
okay. So about, I would say that's over a year after Miss McBann was arrested.
I couldn't say.
Okay. Do you know who the mother of that child is?
I do.
Who is she?
You want her name?
Yes.
Her name is Bree Price.
Okay. And is he married to her now?
He's not married.
Are they still together?
Depends on the day.
And do you know if he has any other girlfriends at this
I
point?
have no idea.
All right. Have you been keeping up with the media coverage in this case?
I don't watch any media related to this case.
Okay. So, but you are aware of the attention that has been brought on this case?
I'm aware only because of the constant death threats that I receive, yes.
Okay. So just to specify, you haven't watched any of the specials that have been on air about this case?
I have not watched any of them.
Do you know if your parents have watched any of the specials on this case?
I advise them not to. They may have seen bits of them, but I don't know for certain.
What about your brother Charlie?
I don't know.
Did you watch the state's opening statement in this case?
I did not.
You did not?
I did not.
Okay. So you're not aware of what the state's theory is in this case?
I'm not.
Now, you mentioned on direct examination something about listening to some recordings that the state provided to you.
Yes.
Okay. Is that the first time you ever listened to those recordings?
Yes.
Do you know what those recordings are about?
There are many, many recordings.
Okay. Did they give you all of the recordings?
I don't know. I listened to what I was given, but I don't know if there's more.
How much time did it take you to listen to the recordings that you were given?
Again, I didn't listen to the entire thing, so
It's not the
probably
question.
about an hour to go through all of the recordings and listen to excerpts of each of them.
Of each of them. So you're not aware if the state gave you all of the recordings that they provide, that they have in their possession?
I have no idea.
Okay. Did they have you listen to any recordings that occurred before April 19th of 2016?
I don't-
Sorry, 2016.
So I'd have to see the document to remember the exact date on it. I do remember, my birthday's in April, so I remember the dates being close to that, but I don't remember exactly.
Did they ask you to listen to the phone call where Charlie Adelson is talking to Miss McBanwell about work?
I listened to something,
It's the same.
So it's fair to say that they only let you listen to portions of the phone calls that they think are important?
I was given conversations and I listened to some of them to authenticate voices, but I don't know. I imagine they thought it was important for me to listen, that's why I did.
Did you listen to a phone call?
Ask your question, don't answer till I rule, please, ma'am.
The bell will be rung if the question contains.
Let's go that far. Needed to wake y'all up. Go ahead, Ms. Black.
So the question was, Ms. Adelson, did
Does
they
anyone-
have you
can anyone
listen to
say
any
what
phone calls
specials
where it
were
was
out
a
on
conversation
this?
between your brother
2020
and your
Dateline,
mother?
what were they
If you
on?
were able to identify any conversations like this?
I think I did yes.
Now, I want to talk about the circumstances surrounding your actual divorce,
Okay,
which I believe you said was finalized in 2013, right?
yes,
You just left your divorce papers on a mattress of Dan Markel in the house and left town. Is that correct?
no.
How is it that you delivered the divorce papers to him?
I called him to let him know that I wanted a divorce. It wasn't the first time I asked for a divorce, but it was the last time. And told him that I would see him when he got home. Not home, but back to Tallahassee. And then I did leave the papers for him, but I didn't leave town. I was still in Tallahassee.
Okay. So he was actually aware of that you were going to be seeking a divorce before you actually delivered the papers to him?
I had asked for a divorce several months earlier.
Okay.
That's when we started going to counseling. And he told me that if I tried to get divorced from him, that I could leave with the clothes on my back and that he would take the kids and that I would be penniless. And so when I actually asked for a divorce, I thought it best not to be there.
So is it fair to say that this was not a mutual thing between the two of you, that Danny did not want a divorce?
I don't think he wanted to get divorced.
How close is your brother's relationship, Charlie Adelson, with your mother, Donna Adelson?
I think they're close.
Would you characterize their relationship as closer than you are with your mother?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I do think they talk more frequently than I do, but I don't think closeness always has to do with the frequency of communication.
And you had said on direct that your parents were not happy with Dan Markel's behavior during the divorce?
No, they didn't think he was treating me well.
And is this just Donna Adelson, your mom, or was it both Donna and Harvey Adelson?
I'm sure both of my parents felt that way.
Did they ever express those feelings to you?
Yes,
Did they call him names?
yes.
Okay. Did one parent do that more than the other, or it was consistent between the two?
I think it was consistent between the two.
Okay. What kind of names did they call him?
I mean, I've had my memory recently refreshed, so I saw things, but my memory is, I don't remember name calling, but I did recently see emails where they called him names.
Now, after the divorce, you started dating
I did.
other people, right? When is it that you had your first, I wouldn't say serious boyfriend, but your first boyfriend after Dan Markel?
Probably within a month.
Okay. When did he, if you know, did he start seeing anybody else after the divorce?
He did, but I don't know when it started.
Okay. And is that Amy, or was it some other person?
I know about Amy, but I don't know if there were other people before Amy.
Did you know what, at the time of the murder, do you know what, if any, future plans Dan Markel had?
I couldn't really say about his future plans, but I felt like by then he and Amy were pretty serious, and he was trying to spend as much time in New York as possible.
Do you know if his intention was to, and it's only if you know, it was his intention to remain in Tallahassee, or do you know if he was planning to leave the state?
I think he always planned on leaving Tallahassee. It was just a question of when.
Okay. Do you know why? Did he have an aversion to Tallahassee, or
No,
just...
it wasn't an aversion to Tallahassee.
Okay.
He was a very ambitious person, and so from the moment we arrived in Tallahassee, he was always looking for a stepping stone toward a better university where he could teach.
And he took a very special interest in what he did, which is, he's a law professor.
Right.
He graduated from Harvard, and he studied criminal law.
Right, that was his specialty.
Okay. And did there come a time where you were dating someone by the name of Jeffrey Lacasse?
Yes,
You know who that is?
I do.
Do you remember when you started dating Jeffrey Lacasse?
I don't remember exactly, but 2013.
Okay. Do you remember how long you dated him for?
I remember it was less than a year, but probably more than 6 months.
Were you dating him at the time leading up to the homicide, which would be July 18th, 2014?
We broke up a few weeks before Danny was killed, or a week or so. We broke up before Danny was killed.
How would you describe your relationship with Jeffrey Lacasse?
I mean, I think it took different turns. I think it was more casual in the beginning, and then it was getting more serious. And then I was feeling more committed to the relationship. And then in late June, we had this big fight. And after that point, I didn't really want to be with him anymore.
Do you know what the fight was about? Do you
I do.
remember?
I remember what the fight was about.
What was it about?
He didn't trust me.
In terms of
He
seeing
thought
other people?
he thought I was cheating on him.
Okay. And you said you broke up, when was that?
We broke up, it would have been one of the last weekends in June.
So fairly close to when the homicide occurred.
Right.
Now, that spring break, which would have been the month of March,
Mm-hmm.
didn't you and Jeffrey Lacasse come down to Miami?
We did.
Okay. And you stayed with your brother, Charlie?
We did.
Okay. And do you know at that time who he was dating?
I don't.
Okay. Does it sound, if I say that was when he was dating Catherine Magbanua, is that a correct statement, or you don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember having dinner with Jeffrey Lacasse at a restaurant and with your brother, and that Catherine Magbanua was there?
I have a vague recollection of it.
Okay. And do you remember if this restaurant had outside seating?
We always used to go to the same restaurant, and so I know the restaurant, it has outside seating.
Okay. And when you met Catherine Magbanua, Charlie introduced you to her as his girlfriend?
Probably.
Okay.
Definitely as someone he was seeing, right? I don't remember if he used the term girlfriend, but in a romantic kind of way,
Okay.
not as just a friend.
And am I characterizing Mr. Charlie Adelson correctly when I say, you know, you had said he has lots of girlfriends?
I've met lots of girls over the years, which is why it's hard to remember whether I had dinner with one person versus another.
Do you know what his thoughts and beliefs are in marriage? Does he not believe in marriage?
I don't think he's so pro-marriage, no.
Okay. Do you know how many times you met Katie? We talked about the time on the beach, and then we've already now talked about a dinner.
I remember vaguely those two. I don't remember any other time.
Do you remember the name of the person that was in that picture with you?
No,
Okay. Does Yindra Velasquez Mascaro sound familiar?
no.
Okay. Now, you didn't have a really close relationship with Katie, right?
No,
Okay. Did you know that Katie has 2 kids?
I did.
Remember, Ms. Kawas, we're not gonna get all first names.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge, I apologize. Did you know that Miss McBanwa had children?
I did know that.
Okay. Did you ever discuss with Miss McBanwa the details of the divorce that you had before she even knew who your brother was?
That wouldn't be possible because I only met her with my brother.
Okay, so you didn't talk, your relationship wasn't a close relationship where you would talk to her about Dan Markel.
No,
Do you ever remember having a conversation with Miss McBanwa about Dan Markel and your divorce?
it's very possible that I brought it up, but not,
Nothing stands out.
no, not at all.
Now, I want to talk to you about the time of the murder, okay? The day before the homicide, all right?
Okay,
You had talked about your custody situation with Dan Markel, that it was a week on, week off. Is that correct?
that's right.
And
at
an
that time.
overnight stay switch on a Wednesday.
That's my best memory.
So a better way to describe it would be, if it's your week, you have the boys, but on Wednesday night, they will sleep at Dan Markel, do an overnight sleepover at Dan Markel,
Right,
and then return them to you the next day.
or return them to school, and
Or-
then,
And then you pick them up in the evening.
right.
So the day of the homicide, do you remember what day of the week that was?
I believe it was Friday.
Okay, so the day before would have been a Thursday.
Right,
Okay, do you remember what you were doing that day?
I don't.
Is there any way that you would have been walking down Trescott Drive with your 2 sons the day before his murder?
No, I don't live in walking distance, so there's no reason why I would have been walking down the street, no.
You and Mr. Markel weren't on that kind of talking or speaking terms where you would be at the Trescott home and he wasn't there?
No,
Okay, you wouldn't go and take the boys for a walk on Trescott Drive?
I don't think so,
Thought
no.
the same thing, Liz.
And as far as you knew at that time, the kids, what school were they attending?
They went to creative preschool.
Okay, and when you would drop the kids off at Creative Preschool, do you have to sign them in?
You do have to sign them in.
Okay, and then, so there should be a record of the days that the boys would have been at the preschool.
That's right.
What time would you drop the boys off? Do you remember?
I
Is it
d-
an early morning thing, or?
I would drop them off in the morning. I don't remember, maybe it was 8, maybe it was 9.
Oh, but nothing late, like 11?
I don't think so.
And then
You
what would be the
remember when
usual
your
time you
kids
pick
go
them
to
up in the afternoon?
school?
I think it would depend on whether I was teaching or if I had court, what I was up to, but my guess is sometime between 3 and 6, I would pick them up.
So would it be fair to say that, around 11 o'clock in the morning, the boys would probably be in school on a weekday?
That would be right.
Okay. Do you know someone by the name of Whitney?
I do know Whitney.
Who is Whitney?
Whitney was a girlfriend of my brother's.
Okay. Do you know who introduced Charlie to Mr. Adelson to Whitney?
I don't.
Do you know how long they were dating?
I don't.
Do you remember when they started dating?
I don't remember when they started dating.
Okay. When did your brother buy you that TV?
I remember having the TV in the house on Aqua Ridge, so sometime after the fall of 2012. sometime between 2012, 2013, something like that.
Do you remember making a phone call to Charlie that morning and having a conversation with him without going into the details of that conversation?
Which morning?
The morning of Danny's murder.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Judge, Mr. Markel's murder. Do you remember how long you spoke for?
I don't remember how long I spoke for.
Now, you had described your brother as a talker, is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think I described him as more of a joker than
Joker.
a talker, but he does
you-
talk.
Do you remember the circumstances under which he made that statement that the state talked about hiring a hitman, but instead I got you this TV? Who else was around when this statement was made?
Well, he tends to repeat himself, so he kept repeating that joke because he thought it was funny.
Okay, but do you remember the time frame of when that happened? Like, was this way before, during the course of your divorce, or was this after?
It would have been when he bought the TV.
When he bought the TV? And that would be after the divorce?
Well, not after I filed for divorce, right? But not after the divorce was finalized. So sometime after, I really don't remember when I got the TV, but maybe sometime starting with the fall of 2012, sometime around then, but it could have been 2013.
Do you know, now your parents' apartment on South Beach, are they still living there?
No,
Okay, so they moved.
they did.
At the time, do you know how much their rent was in that apartment?
I have no idea.
You said they did not own that property.
No,
Okay. And now you said that you stayed in Tallahassee after the homicide.
I stayed for a few days.
Okay. And do you recall if Detective Isom tried to call you
After I had left,
before you left Tallahassee, but after the memorial service for Mr. Markel?
he did not call me before I left Tallahassee, no.
Okay. Did he try to call you?
He called me when I was already on the road.
Okay.
About 4 hours away from Tallahassee.
All right. Did he ever try to talk to you again?
No.
As a prosecution? When is the first time the prosecution reached out to you to speak to you about what happened?
I don't remember ever talking with the prosecution.
Object, proper question.
Let's go sidebar.
Guys, I found a pic of Wendy's job. There's a pic of Wendy at her job
Proceed, Your Honor.
before she became an
Do
attorney.
you know if Detective Isom ever tried to reach out to your parents?
I don't think he did.
Do you know if Detective Isom ever tried to speak to your brother Charlie?
I don't think he did.
Now, you are testifying today under a state subpoena, correct?
Correct.
And that state subpoena gives you immunity for your testimony, right?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury, since you're an attorney, what immunity is?
Immunity is freedom from prosecution.
So that means that anything you say today can't be used against you if the state decides to arrest you later on.
The state isn't going to decide to arrest me.
Do you know if they consider you a suspect?
I don't know.
Now, the life insurance policy that the state was asking you about, have you received any money from the life insurance policy from Mr. Markel?
I don't know if maybe in the beginning, the life insurance that Danny owed me about $100,000 when he died. I do think that his family made that disbursement. I don't know if they paid that through the life insurance policy, but other than that, there's been, the life insurance policy is money put away for the kids. I've never seen it.
Do you have access to that, or you have no control over that?
I have no control over that.
All right. All right, and I have, where did you say, so your boys are now down in Miami with your mother, correct?
At the moment, yes.
Okay. And you stopped letting Danny's parent, or Mr. Markel's parents, see the boys, is that correct?
2 years after Danny died, I stopped visitation.
Okay, do you have any intention of letting them see their grandchildren again?
I do. We've actually been in discussion the last few weeks.
No further questions, Judge.
Redirect.
times have Dan's parents been able to see your boys in the last 5 years?
In the last 2 years after they died, they've been able to see them every time they've asked to see them.
Okay, what about the last 3 years?
Since 2016, they have not been permitted to see the boys.
They have not been permitted
That's right.
by you,
By me, yes.
right? And that's not through lack of trying on their part.
No, that's because of what they did.
Okay, but they want to see those boys, don't
They
they?
very much want to see the boys.
All right. And Dan Markel's sister is the, I'm not sure if this is the right word, but the executor of that trust for the boys, is that right?
I think she has fiduciary responsibility over the trust for the
All
boys.
right, thank you, that sounds right. Did you at one time hold that position in Dan's will?
Oh, before we got divorced, I probably did.
Okay, but sometime after the divorce, he changed that over to the sister?
He must have, yes.
Okay. And did you initiate proceedings to try to fight that decision that he made to make the sister the executor or the beneficiary, have the fiduciary duty for this money over you, through the disbursement to your children?
Can you repeat can you
Okay,
rephrase the
so
question for
did
me?
you initiate any type of proceeding at any point to try to contest or fight Dan Markel's sister being appointed as this fiduciary for the life insurance for the boys?
I don't believe that I did.
You did not.
I don't remember doing that, no.
No further questions.
Any juror have a question of this witness? If you do, write it down. We'll go sidebar.
If I was the jury, my question would be, are you a robot? And have you subscribed to my YouTube channel? Ooh, they have a lot of questions, it looks like. Bro, camera person, get it together.
Ms. Adelson, I don't remember what it related to exactly. I mean, I remember you saying this, and one of the jurors had a question about, you said your memory had been refreshed about something. What did you mean by that?
So over 5 years have passed since Danny died, and I'm
Speak to
sorry.
them.
Sorry. So more than 5 years have passed since Danny died, and a lot of the things that we're talking about today, I just don't remember at all. And so to refresh my memory, to make sure that I could remember things, certain documents were shown to me, emails, legal pleadings from the case, so that I could remember what was happening at that time.
One of the jurors was a little confused with the timing. You had said you had a boyfriend, and that it was not clear to them whether you said it was a month after your separation and filing for divorce or a month after it was finalized.
Sure. So I started dating someone who was a friend of mine for many years, and it didn't become romantic until after I had filed for divorce. So about a month after I filed for divorce, someone who was a friend in my life became more like a boyfriend than a friend.
Okay. What was wrong with the television that had to be repaired?
I think one of my kids might have thrown something at it, so there was a crack in the TV.
And why have Mr. Markel's parents not been allowed to see the grandchildren?
Well, they were allowed to see the grandchildren for 2 full years, and I used to cook meals for them and arrange play dates. We had sleepovers, and then I found out that that Ruth Markel had reached out to a foster care agency to try to place my children with that agency, and I became very worried that they were trying to take my children away from me. And so after that time, I didn't feel a level of trust that they could spend time with the kids. I was afraid they were trying to take them from me.
Okay. Follow up, Ms. Captain.
Your Your reference to the foster care agency, does that have to do with an email that was sent to me from your mother-in-law?
Yes, it does.
All right, that Dan's mother.
Yes.
And that email was in reference to, in the event that you and your parents were arrested in association with this crime, could I please contact that particular agency to assist with the children in the event they have no guardian temporarily until they could get down here from where they reside in Canada? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so they were not trying to take your children unless there was an event where you were unable to care for them.
But because there's no event in which I would be unable to care for them, that feels like trying to take away my children.
Okay, thank you.
Garcia.
Ugh, she's the worst.
McVan.
Ugh.
And this email about there being possible arrests of you and your family, that came right after Catherine McBan was arrested, right?
I don't remember exactly the timeline of that.
Okay, thank you.
Further, Ms. Captain?
No, sir.
All right, you can step down. Do we need to keep this witness any further? Anybody need her any further? McBan?
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Hold on a second, Ms. Adams.
Under subpoena, Your Honor.
All right. You remain under their subpoena.
Your
Right,
Honor,
to you.
Ms. Adelson has a flight tonight at 7 p.m. May she return home and
Right.
be subject
You
to
can
recall?
communicate with her about any arrangements if you need her to come back, but she's free to go at this point.
Your Honor, we'll reach out to her attorney when we need to come back.
All right, last thing I get this afternoon, it's probably not what you want to hear, but it was a little legal lesson that one of the jurors raised. They asked a question about the type of immunity that was discussed by Ms. Adelson. It's really not a fact question, it's a legal question. So this is a little legal lesson. In the state of Florida, there are three kinds of immunity. There's transactional immunity, there's use immunity, there's use and derivative use immunity. Transactional immunity means that some person cannot be prosecuted for an offense. Use immunity means that what the person says cannot directly be used against them. Use and derivative use immunity means that what they say cannot be used against them, nor can it be used to develop leads to gather evidence against them. The type of immunity that Ms. Adelson has received, because I have been the one that explained it to her, is use and derivative use immunity. In other words, what she says today cannot be used directly against it, nor can it be used to develop leads against her. She does not have transactional immunity. I mean, she could be prosecuted for the crimes involved, but what she said cannot be used against her, nor used for any leads to develop information. So hopefully that answers the juror's question that asked the question. Time to call it a weekend. Remember, we won't be meeting Monday. Need to be back here, same place, same time, 8:45 Tuesday morning. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't watch any TV accounts, read any newspaper accounts. We've invested a lot of time and energy in you. Please, keep it that way for us, please. Anybody have questions about what's expected of you? Yes, ma'am. 8:45. Everybody be seated, please.
All right. Here we go.
Please. Call your next witness, Ms. Captain.
State calls Jeffrey Lacasse.
If you'd face the clerk and be sworn, please, sir. Raise your right hand.
Swear affirm testimony about giving this case to be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may proceed.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your first and last name.
Yeah, I'm Jeffrey Lacasse, Jeffrey. Excuse me. Last name spelled Lacasse.
How are you employed, Mr. Lacasse?
I'm employed at Florida State University as an associate professor.
All right, what about back in 2014?
I was an assistant professor at Florida State
All
University.
right. And did you have a relationship with Wendy Adelson?
I did.
What type of relationship was that?
We started dating in the fall of 2013. She became
So it's Wendy's boyfriend.
my girlfriend around March of 2014.
Okay. And when did that relationship end?
July of 2014.
And when the breakup occurred, was there a big argument that occurred that precipitated the breakup?
We had a argument in late June. She went to South Florida for a couple of weeks, and when she came back, we tried to make things work, and it didn't really work. She sort of cut off contact.
All right. And during that argument when she went to South Florida, was she in South Florida on July 1st, 2014?
I believe she was. I dropped her off at her house on June 29th, I believe.
Okay. And during the course of your relationship with Ms. Adelson, did you ever meet her family?
I did.
Who did you meet?
I met her brother. We went to South Florida for an alternative spring break, went to Immokalee, and I had dinner with her brother. And I met her mother at her house just very briefly, maybe 10, 15 minutes at dinner. And when I would pick her up and the kids were there with the grandparents, I would have just a couple moments interaction with them. I didn't have a lot of contact.
Okay. And what about Catherine Magbanwa? Did you ever have an occasion to meet her?
Yeah, I went to dinner with her. I believe it was on March 11th when we went over there to meet Charlie.
Okay. So who was present at that meal on March 11th? And that's 2014?
That's correct. It was myself, Wendy Adelson, Charlie, and Katie.
Charles Adelson
Charles
and
Adelson and Catherine McManawa.
Thank you. What about Sigfredo Garcia? Did you ever have an occasion to meet him?
I did not. I've never met him.
Was Ms. Adelson very close to her parents and her brother Charlie?
Extremely close.
I want to ask you about June 4th, 2014. Do you recall an event that occurred that day that was unusual?
Yeah, I remember a couple of unusual occurrences on June 4th.
Could you tell us about that, please?
Yeah, I had met Ms. Adelson at the Red Eye Coffee Shop in Midtown for a coffee about 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We were going to talk about our relationship a little bit. And she canceled a trip we had planned to California to visit my parents, which was scheduled for July 11th to 17th.
All right. And was she acting strangely that night?
Yeah, that night she was a nervous wreck to the point, I couldn't put my finger on why at the time, to the point where she lived kind of way up Centerville where there was no convenience stores or anything close, and I actually took about 35 minutes and drove to a convenience store to get her Pepto-Bismol because she was such a nervous wreck and had a real nervous stomach that evening.
Okay. And did she ever tell you what the problem was?
No, she's very nonspecific about it.
All right. Were you aware during the course of your relationship with Ms. Adelson about her efforts to relocate to South Florida with the children?
I certainly was.
All right. And were you in her life when she learned that the court was not going to permit her to take the children to South Florida?
No, our first date was September 27th, 2013. So that was a topic of conversation on our first couple of dates, but it was in the past when we discussed it.
All right. And was Ms. Adelson happy about the fact that she was not able to relocate?
No, she was quite bitter about it, actually. It was, as I said, a topic that came up, that tone came up on those first 2 dates.
All right. Did she make any statements to you in reference to her brother considering options to take care of this problem with her not being able to relocate?
Yes, she did.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Lacoste, when we broke, we were talking about statements made to you by Wendy Adelson about her brother considering options to take care of her relocation problem. What, if any, statements did she tell you to that effect?
Yes, ma'am. On July 13th, 2014, Wendy and I were speaking, and she asked me if she could share something with me confidentially. I told her sure. She mentioned, or she said, that Charlie had explored all options to take care of the problem, and that he had looked into having Professor Markel killed. It would cost about $15,000. I later talked to Investigator Isom and said that could have been $50,000. They sound an awful lot alike.
Okay, so you're not sure if she said 15 or 50.
That's right, but I'm confident she made that statement. I just can't remember the exact dollar amount. And she did state that was during the relocation battle the previous summer is when that had taken place.
All right. And the day that she made the statement to you was July 13th of 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mrs. Adelson tell you anything about the celebration dinner? Anything about a celebration dinner?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that, please?
Yes, a couple weeks after Professor Markel was murdered, we spoke on the phone, and she had mentioned that her and Charlie had gone to, these are her words, she said, Charlie and I went to what he described as a celebration dinner.
All right. And that was the dinner where she vomited?
That's right, that's correct.
And are you aware, Mr. Lacoste, that Ms. Adelson suggested you as a possible suspect in this homicide?
Yes, I am.
And where were you when Dan Markel was murdered?
I was on the road to Tennessee. I originally had a trip planned for 11 a.m. on Friday the 18th, and I had, at the last moment, changed my trip to Thursday night.
So you left early?
I left early without telling anyone, other than the people at the destination. Miss Adelson was the only person I had told in Tallahassee about the time that I was leaving, which was 11 a.m. on the 18th. I had informed her of that in around June 10th.
All right, so originally it was going to be July 18th at 11 a.m. would be your departure?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you be flying or driving?
I was driving.
All right, and it changed to Thursday night, so you left the night before and were in Tennessee at the time of the homicide?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Cross.
Still morning. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning.
Pronounce your last name for me again?
Lacasse.
Lacaste. Okay. Just want to make sure I got it right. Mr. Lacaste. So Wendy Adelson knew you were leaving, well, you told her you were leaving Friday morning.
Friday morning at 11, we had discussed it because we had some plans that got canceled, so we had discussed it in some detail, actually.
And your plan was to leave Tallahassee and to drive northbound?
Thomasville Road, eastbound, yes, sir.
Sure. Let me rephrase that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So your plan was to travel north of Tallahassee to Tennessee, correct?
That's correct.
And you told Wendy that, hey, listen, I'm going on this trip and I'm leaving Friday morning around 11 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall what time the actual shooting took place?
I believe it was right around 11 a.m.
The same exact time that you'd be leaving the area?
That's correct.
And although it was for a business trip, if people didn't know what your plans were, would you agree with me that it may look like you're leaving the scene if you're traveling outside of the jurisdiction?
That's what I was concerned about, that if I had taken my trip at the scheduled time, I would have looked like I was fleeing because I would have been driving, I would have taken Capitol Circle to Thomasville and been very close to Professor Markel's house, actually.
And when did you find out that Ms. Adelson, Wendy Adelson, had suggested that you may be involved in this?
I suspected it from the police interrogations, but they didn't explicitly say that. Eventually, I was able to view her interrogation video.
Hey, Serena.
And by her, you
Madeline.
mean Wendy Adelson?
Yes, sir.
And by interrogation video, you mean interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because, as you're aware, she has not been charged in this case, correct?
I'm aware of that, yes, sir.
And obviously, you haven't either.
Right.
Right. You've been cleared by law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let's talk about your relationship with Wendy Adelson. You started dating her, give me a time period.
September 27th, 2013 was our first date.
And how long would you say that your relationship with her lasted?
Well, there was different phases of it. In that fall semester, we weren't exclusive. It was more casual. It became more serious late February, early March. So as far as a serious, I'm your boyfriend, you're my girlfriend sort of thing, just March through July.
Okay. So you started casually dating in September of 2013, and it got more serious at the beginning of 2014, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
And how did you meet Miss Adelson? How did you guys first have a date?
Yeah, through mutual friends.
Okay, so it wasn't like on a social media dating app or anything else?
No.
Okay. Were you aware if Miss Adelson was participating in online dating?
I think I knew that, well, I knew that she had dated online in the past. I did not know the time frame.
One of your concerns, okay, so once you guys became exclusive, and by exclusive, I mean you called her your girlfriend and she called you her boyfriend, is that fair?
That's correct, and I was involved with the kids at that point and things like that.
And it got to the point where she introduced you to her family, right?
That's right.
And you indicated that there was a dinner where you met Charlie Adelson?
That's right.
Kind of a good-looking guy, right?
Sure.
Right. Works out?
Yes.
When you went on, when you had your double date, where it was you, Wendy Adelson, Charlie, and Miss Magbanua, did you see what kind of car Mr. Adelson pulled in?
I don't recall seeing his car in the parking lot. We then went to his house, so I saw his garage and got a look at some of the vehicles he owned, but not that at dinner.
What kind of vehicles does he have?
Quick question. Is this attorney in love with Charlie Adelson?
Ferrari is the one that stood out to me.
Do you remember the color of the Ferrari?
I don't.
Did you make any comments to Wendy about the Ferrari?
Well, Wendy used to talk about Charlie having a Ferrari. I mean,
Oh.
that was, she would say, my brother's a character, he has a Ferrari, he has an undercover cop car, he has I think a nice Benz in addition or some luxury car.
So she knew what a Ferrari was, right?
Sure, well, sure.
So it's not like, she didn't say he's got a Porsche and you saw a Ferrari, right?
No, it was a Ferrari, and I actually remember discussing the cost of maintenance with Charlie. There were some downsides to having a Ferrari.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's tough, tough. So, pretty extensive car collection, right?
He had multiple cars, yeah. I don't know exactly how many.
And did you learn what he did for a living?
Yeah, I knew he was a periodontist from speaking with Wendy.
And was that the only night you had direct contact with Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson?
That's the only contact I ever had with him that night.
Did he appear to have, did he appear to be intelligent?
He had, that's a difficult question. I just met him the one night. That's a big judgment.
I'll withdraw that. Let me
Yeah,
ask a more important question. Was he drinking that night?
I don't recall if he was drinking. He was holding forth. He was talking a lot. He was confident. That was my impression of him.
He was talking a lot?
Yes.
Did you ever see him go to the bathroom?
I don't recall.
Did you ever see him, was he perspiring more than a normal person would during dinner?
This is 5 years ago. I don't
Is the next question, do you think he would go out on a date with me?
remember. We were outside and it was, not cool that time of year, but yeah.
Okay, so you're outside in like an open area restaurant?
Yeah, we were at the Yardbird on the patio.
Okay, the Yardbird in South Beach?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you witness Charlie Adelson doing cocaine that night?
I did not.
So this is a guy who's in South Beach, right? Drives a Ferrari, right?
Yes,
What had Wendy previously described him as having a lot of girlfriends?
sure.
Handsome guy, probably could get attention of women.
I would presume so.
But your only face-to-face meeting was that dinner, correct?
Well, that dinner, and then we went back to his house and hung out in his hot tub for a little while, but that was it.
And during that time that you went to his house to hang up in the hot tub, did you see him ever go to the bathroom, or was he ever outside of your personal space?
Yeah, I think all of us were in and out of that hot tub at various points because we were sitting there a little while.
At any point did Charlie Adelson? Now, look, you're a law professor, correct?
Professor of social work, actually.
Correct. Okay. I'm sorry.
Another
You're a professor at
professor?
the university, correct. I apologize, not law professor. You're an educated person,
Jeez.
correct?
Sure.
You'll agree with me that a layperson wouldn't solicit you to commit a murder, correct?
Objection. Argumentative.
Sustained.
I'll re-ask this. Did Charlie Adelson ask you to kill Dan Markel?
Did Charlie ask me to
Did he
kill her?
ask you?
No.
Of course not. And
Mr.
I apologize. I'll withdraw the of course not. And you'll agree with me that at no point did you give him any reason to believe that you would be someone that would do such a nefarious act, correct?
No.
Okay. When the prosecutor asked you about June 4th of 2014, you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you guys were at the Red Eye Coffee Shop, right?
That's correct.
And around what time was that?
I had a hair appointment at 2 or 3, so it was at 1 or 2.
And so in the early afternoon,
Could have been as early as 12:30, sir. I mean,
12:30.
Yeah.
Okay. So around 12:30 on June 4th, 2014, correct?
that's correct.
You indicated that she was and by she I mean Wendy Adelson, that she was acting unusual.
That's correct.
Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes.
Did you ask her what was wrong?
I did ask her what was wrong. It was very nonspecific. That happened with Wendy quite a bit with it, where she was upset and there was not an exact name put to why.
Was she upset often?
Yes.
Morning, Antron. Thanks for being here, man.
Would she get these kind of physical reactions often, that her stomach would hurt or that she would ask you to get her medicine?
I got to know her better in the spring, so I saw more of it than I would have in the fall. That was the only time I can recall that was not an average thing. I think that's why I remember it, because it was unusual.
And you said that you drove about 35 minutes to get her medicine?
Yeah, it could have been 25, 35 minutes, but where she lived was not convenient to run to the store, so it was a discussion like, do we want to do that? It's all the way down there, and she was so nervous. I thought, no, I'm going. So
Did she go with you?
no, she did not. She had the kids that night, so she stayed with the children.
Did she make any kind of doctor's appointments shortly thereafter, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Now, you indicated that you guys became boyfriend and girlfriend at the beginning portion of 2014. Is that a correct statement, sir?
Yes, sir.
And when would you tell the members of this jury that your relationship with her ended?
Well, that's a little complicated. On July 14th, we went on a date. And when I got home, she had sent me an email saying, I need a week to think. Please don't contact me for the next week. And so that was the Monday before Professor Markel was killed. And then we didn't talk for maybe 10 or 12 days after the murder. So I assumed it was, internally, I assumed it was over, that night when you get an email like that, you're probably figuring it's over. But in subsequent phone calls, she acted as if it was still a slightly open issue. And we closed that down by phone calls that, obviously we're going to move on here.
Did you ever question her
Hey,
loyalty
Ron.
to you and her in
Thanks.
your relationship with her?
With regularity, yes.
And when you say with regularity, when did you first become suspicious? Now, let me ask this question first. You were concerned that she was seeing other men, right?
I was.
Okay. And when did you first start getting this concern?
Probably March, April timeframe, I started to wonder. So not too long after we became a couple, I guess what I was wondering is, have we really become a couple, or is she still doing what she was doing before? That was
So
kind of
was it like, did you find like text messages or direct messages on social media that made you kind of go, what's going on here?
No, I didn't see any text messages or anything on social media. Her behavior was just erratic. She would disappear. She would get home
Hey,
very late
Brenda.
at night. So there were signs like that.
Would you talk to her about it?
I tried to.
Okay. So let me ask it this way.
Yeah.
Did she understand that you were concerned about her being loyal to you, or your relationship being a monogamous one?
To be completely honest, I think we kind of pussyfooted around that until we had that big fight at the end of June. That's what that that argument was about.
Let's talk about that big fight.
Yeah, sure.
Why don't you walk the members of the jury through what happened?
Yeah, I had taken Wendy to Gainesville with me. I was teaching in the off-campus program at UF for the weekend, so I took her with me.
I'm sorry, was it just you and her, or did she bring the kids?
No, it's just me and her.
So like a romantic getaway to Gainesville?
Well, work/pleasure. I teach during the day. She works in a coffee shop. We have dinner with friends at night, that kind of stuff. You know, it's a
Okay.
nice area down
Sounds
there.
nice.
Yeah, it was nice. And weekend started off fine. The Saturday night, we sort of got into it over this stuff. I confronted her about the fact that I suspected that she had been seeing other men.
Okay, so let's talk about that.
Yeah.
So you're at dinner?
We were actually up in the hotel room. The night was basically over. It was pretty late. It was 9 or 10 o'clock at night when this discussion happened.
Okay. And had she had any alcoholic beverages at that point?
We both had, but I think just 1 or 2 glasses of wine a couple hours earlier.
Just socially with dinner, maybe?
Yeah, that was,
Okay.
there was no more drinking than that.
And was there, did you say, listen, I think this, that, or the other? Did you have any specifics, or were you just giving a vague, I'm concerned about where this relationship is?
The latter, I was pretty specific. I told her I was very concerned. I was particularly concerned because the way she had framed our relationship was, you're not just becoming my boyfriend, I have children, I'm a mother. It's like I was auditioning for the job of husband and father is actually sort of how it felt in retrospect. So I bonded with the kids pretty tightly, and as you can imagine in a relationship, that kind of discussion gets more complicated when you're serious and there's kids. And she had been talking about me moving in. She had told me not to buy a house. She had told me not to buy a Jeep, that I needed to buy a vehicle that 2 car seats could fit in. So
So it sounds like you guys were heading down that path.
yeah, hence why I raised the issue, because I had some intuitions that everything wasn't quite right. Her behavior had been a little erratic, and I was worried about moving in and ending up in a really bad situation, actually.
So would it be fair to say that she was saying the wrong things, but her actions were speaking louder than her words?
That's not a bad summary. I was getting 2 very different messages based on behavior or what she was speaking to me, what she was saying. Yeah.
Did that argument or that discussion, did you feel it the next morning?
What do you mean by feel it, sir?
Was she acting any different the following morning?
Oh, the next day was probably the most awkward car ride I've ever had in my life. We rode from Gainesville to Tallahassee. She was crying. I was very upset. It was a very awkward 3-hour drive.
It's a 3-hour drive from...
3 or 4, however long it is to
Okay, from Gainesville to Tallahassee, however long that was.
Yeah, exactly, sorry.
And this was in June, you said June 20?
That would have been June 29th. That's the Sunday, the last Sunday in June.
2 weeks later, on July 13th, Wendy tells you, or Wendy has this discussion with you that the prosecutor elicited, right?
Yes.
From June 29th to July 13th, would you say your relationship with Wendy after that awkward, that long 2 or 3 hour, 4 hour, however long it is, from Gainesville to Tallahassee, emotional car ride, right?
Yes.
She's crying,
Yes.
upset,
Yes.
and I would assume, well, let me strike this. Did you believe that she was upset? Because like I said, she was saying all the right things, but she wasn't acting like she was talking.
It's very complicated, and she was all over the place, to be frank, in that at one point she was confessing, at one point she was saying, I never did that. She was saying she couldn't remember some things I wanted to talk about, which was frustrating. So, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No worries. You said she was confessing. Was she admitting to potential talking to other men?
More than talking the night before when we were having the argument, but it was,
What was she saying?
you know, it was a heated discussion, so I don't remember every word of it. But at points, she kind of let it slip out that my concerns were well-founded.
Okay.
And then 5 minutes later, she would say the opposite. And when I've had to explain the story in the past, I've had to say it doesn't sound like it makes sense because she was just all over the place. She was hysterical, really.
Okay. So would it be fair to say at some point she admits to talking to other dudes, to talking to other men, and then shortly thereafter denies what she just confessed to?
Well,
Other
repeat
dudes?
as
What?
needed on the car ride back. She was like, I never did any of that stuff. I don't know what you're talking about. which was kind of crazy making for me because she had confessed to some of it the night before.
Okay. So from June 29th till July 13th, would you say you were fixing the relationship at that point? Was it getting better or was it getting worse?
It's hard to tell because on the 29th I left her house and I didn't see her again until July 13th. She went to South Florida for those 2 weeks.
Did you guys talk on the phone?
We talked on the phone once in a while. We did some video chats. I talked to the kids via video chat and things like that. But it was very up in the air where the relationship was going to go. I would get a mixture of messages, verbally and by text.
Would you agree with me that your level of contact with her between June 29th and July 14th was less than it was before?
Oh, it was minimal. It was minimal. Days and days would go by at points without us talking on the phone at least. I may get the random text or something, but we weren't talking a lot.
And then on July 13th, Wendy, in essence, tells you that her brother, Charlie, had looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel.
In 2013, yes, sir.
In 2013.
Yes.
What was your reaction to this?
It was in the context of a relationship discussion. It kind of just blurted out when he has a habit of blurting things out that are kind of tangential or whatever. And so I didn't know what to make of it. My stomach kind of flipped. It was like a chilling statement. And then we kind of ended up talking about the relationship again, and so I didn't give it a lot of thought at the time. It was just like a crazy thing that someone would say, you know.
Okay. Very crazy thing.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this. Did you take that statement as a threat to you? And let me kind of clarify this. She indicated that because of her bad relationship with Mr. Markel, correct? And you'll agree with me that they had a bad relationship, correct?
That's how she characterized it.
You'll agree with me that she said, based on a bad relationship, that her brother had looked into hiring somebody to kill him, correct?
Well, that was specifically about the relocation, is
Okay.
what she said in that statement. I know they had bad blood otherwise for other reasons, certainly, but that was specifically tied to the relocation battle being lost. That was what prompted Charlie to look into it, according to her statement.
This conversation that you had on July 13th, where was it?
It was in her house on Aqua Ridge.
Was anybody else around when she made the statement?
No, sir.
Did you contact any of your friends after this conversation and discuss the fact that Wendy Adelson had indicated that her brother had looked to hire a hitman?
In what time frame?
Okay, so on July 13th, when the conversation's over, do you stay there that night?
No,
You left.
we ended with me telling Wendy, if this isn't going to work for you, you can text me and we can just break up. I don't want a big thing, like confrontation. And I left for the night. I did not stay.
Do you have like a family member or a best friend that you talk to about personal issues?
I have several, sure.
Okay. Did you call or contact any of them on the way back to discuss what had transpired about? And I'm not talking about the breakup.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm sorry. I am talking about the breakup.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you call your friends and go, hey, listen, it ended with me and Wendy?
It's summertime, and at FSU, a lot of these people were out of town. Some of them were even overseas, so there was less contact than there ordinarily would have been. But I'm sure I discussed the fact, well, not that night because it was so late. What I remember is the next day when I get this email saying, don't contact me for a week, I certainly shared that with friends because I found it really frustrating and surprising and thought it was weird.
Did you share with any of your friends the comment that Wendy Adelson made to you with regards to her brother and the murder for hire?
Yeah, I'm sure I did. I just couldn't tell you who or when I did that. But certainly, after the murder occurred, certainly I shared that with people. I also shared it with the police the first day they brought me in.
Right. So you were interviewed by law enforcement in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
During your interview with law enforcement, did you mention this statement?
I did.
Okay. Did you tell it was Detective Isom that interviewed
It
you?
was him and Investigator Hale.
Okay. Did you indicate to them who you had shared this information with?
I don't know that I was asked to.
Hearsay.
Judge, it's not for the...
Overruled.
Can you restate the question?
No worries. So when you tell them what Wendy told you about her brother's murder for hire plot, did you say, yeah, listen, I spoke to my buddy, because the murder happened on the 18th, correct?
That's correct.
And so 4 days prior to that is when you got that breakup. Was it an email or a text message?
It was an email.
Okay, so you get a breakup email, and so you call your friends, which is normal, right? Sure. And you indicated just a few minutes ago that you probably mentioned the murder for hire to some of your friends, right?
At some point, I just don't know when.
Okay. What about, was that before or after your interview with law enforcement?
Was what before or after?
Your discussions with friends.
Well, after I had told it to the police, I certainly discussed it. I'm confident, I may have done it before as well, I don't recall that. But after I told the police that, I did share that with some people confidentially, yes.
Now, she told you, and by she I'm referring to Wendy Adelson, during your July 13th conversation, that he had looked and the price was either $15,000 or $50,000, correct?
That's correct.
So it's either one or the other, correct?
Right.
And would it be fair to say, based on your testimony, that she said that that price was too high?
No, she didn't offer any further context or explanation. It was kind of a thing that was blurted out, and then literally 20 seconds later, she started talking about something else, and I can't recall what that was. I think it was the relationship stuff that I was very focused on.
So out of nowhere, she tells you Charlie was going to go look to hire a hitman. It was going to cost $15,000 or $50,000, and you don't go back to that.
I don't know that it was out of nowhere. I believe preceding that was a discussion that if anything ever happened to Danny, she would move to Miami. I think I've spoken to the investigator. I asked him about that previously.
And listen, I have to ask Mr. Lacoste, at no point did you contact law enforcement after you heard of this threat so they could contact Mr. Markel to see if there's any need to protect him in any way, shape, or form?
I didn't.
Damn.
Give me one
Tough
second.
questions. Tough question.
Just a few more questions, sir.
Sure.
Would I be correct or incorrect in assuming or in saying that you were interested in having a monogamous relationship with Wendy Adelson?
I thought I had a monogamous relationship with
And you wanted to keep it, correct?
Depends when you're asking.
On July 13th, 2014?
Yeah, that's how. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
That's right. That's right.
I'm sorry to ask such personal questions. I know it's different. Did you think it's unusual? Well, let me ask this. At some point, did you ever see a picture of Dan Markel?
Sure. Sure.
Do you think that there's a resemblance between yourself and him?
Everybody always says that. When I was dating her, no one ever brought it up. I see it from the pictures. In real life, I was never told that while we were dating.
And as you indicated before, you're also a professor?
Yes, correct.
Do you feel wronged by Wendy Adelson?
Do I feel wronged?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
No further questions.
Dr. Bannon.
Yes, sir, thank you. So that's the board.
Good morning.
The questions I'm about to ask you are about the investigation into you, not that we believe you're a suspect, okay?
I understand.
You would agree with me at the beginning of the case in July 2014, there was a thought that you were a potential suspect.
That's what I've been told, yes.
You were contacted by the police.
I was.
You came in, you were interviewed.
Yes, I came straight from my trip into the TPD station.
3 separate times you were interviewed, right?
Yes.
Now, they didn't handcuff you at gunpoint and drag you into the station, right?
No, they asked me to come in, so I came in.
Voluntarily went in.
Yes.
You told them what you knew. You explained the information, right?
Yes.
Eventually, you helped them get bank records to show where you were. It was in Tennessee, right?
Yeah, I believe it was cell phone records and a receipt from a Kmart that had surveillance video of me, was my understanding of it.
So they get your bank records. They see a transaction at a Walmart, right?
Yeah, credit card records, yes, sir. Yes.
There's then a receipt.
Mhm.
and then they go actually to the Walmart, get their surveillance footage that shows you there.
It was a Kmart, but yes, sir.
And then you were cleared.
That's correct.
You would agree with me that they objectively investigated you.
Yes.
Now, had they not gotten the bank records, the Walmart video, or anything like that, one could paint a picture that you were involved. Just the fact that you left town right when the murder happened and you had this connection.
Well, except that I wasn't in the state at the time of the murder, so how could I have done it? So that's,
What we're talking about here is that somebody could paint the picture
okay.
without all the evidence.
Yeah, if they don't have all the evidence, sure.
Let's go to something you said on direct talking about June 4th.
Yes.
Sometimes
And you
not
had-
keep them,
you-
Liz.
Appear to have a very good memory of all the instances. You said that Wendy had the kids on June 4th, the night of June 4th.
Yes.
You spent a lot of time with Wendy, spent a lot of time with the kids. You knew their daily schedule of the boys, right?
I knew not so much because I usually got there in the evening. So at the time, I would know what days she had the kids. But as far as pickup times and things like that, I usually saw them at the end of the day. I accompanied her just a couple times to pick up the kids. So I don't want to sound like I'm an expert in that because I'm not.
So June 4th, she has the kids. The next morning, June 5th, she would have taken them to Creative Preschool.
She would have, but I never stayed over there. So when the kids were there, so I wouldn't have known that because I left at the end of the night if the kids were there every time.
That would have been consistent with the custody setup that she had with Dan Markel, correct?
Yeah, depending on what the days on the schedule were, which I don't recall. I used to know that. I don't anymore.
It wouldn't have been that he'd come and pick them up at her house and then bring them over to Creative Preschool.
I never saw that kind of scheduling anyway.
So it would have been consistent with on June 5th, she would have dropped the kids off.
It would have been consistent if I don't have any primary knowledge of what she did on June 5th.
Let's talk about Charles Adelson. Understanding that you didn't have a close relationship with him, you did meet him and you hung out with him.
Yeah, for a few hours.
To you, and I'm going to use your words, he seemed like somebody that hung out on both sides of the tracks, right?
That's the way he presented himself in that hot tub. Yes.
And you took that to be accurate.
Yes, I took a self-presentation to be accurate. That's correct.
During the day, he's wearing a lab coat or scrubs, whatever dentists wear, right?
Right.
And then when he's off work, he's going out, he's hanging out at the gym with less savory people.
Yeah, that was sort of his characterization. I was sort of repeating what he said. Yeah.
In your words, less savory
Well, not
individuals.
less savory, gritty. I don't remember his exact words, but gritty, something like that. I don't remember his exact words, but yeah, that's how he presented himself in that hot tub. It seemed to be almost a braggadocio kind of thing, like, look at me, I'm on both sides. Yeah.
And you took him to be a street smart guy.
I did.
He had friends that were ex-special ops.
Yes, that's what he said. Yeah, that's what him and Wendy said. Yeah.
His gym friends that to you almost came off as nefarious.
Well, yeah, and I don't remember the details at this point, but he was talking about deals they were doing. There was a lot of hinting and innuendo. But yeah, you're accurately presenting how he presented to me.
Let's go now to the dinner on March 11, 2014.
Sure.
It was outside, it was on Miami Beach.
Yeah.
If you remember, and you may not, do you remember seeing a pickup truck with two gentlemen outside of the restaurant watching you guys?
No.
Let's go now to July 14th, 2014.
Okay.
Now, you had met Catherine McBanois several months prior to that.
Yeah, I met her in March.
So March, April, May, June, July. Wendy is opening up to you and saying what her brother had looked into doing, right?
I think you're talking about the 14th. You're talking about the 13th, I think.
July 13th?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So July 13, 2014, she's talking about her brother hiring a hitman. She's giving you incriminating details, right?
Yes.
Never said anything about the involvement of Catherine McBanois, right?
No, it was 3 sentences, so no, she didn't.
All right, let's talk about now the options that he looked into doing to take care of the problem, right?
Right.
On direct examination, the state attorney's office asked you what year it was. But there was more specifics to that. It was specifically the summer of 2013, right?
Yes, it was attached to the relocation, so whenever, it was after relocation had failed, where she'd been denied the motion for relocation.
But I want to make sure it's clear because we didn't have the full information from
Yeah.
direct examination. What Wendy told you is that her brother looked into hiring a hitman in the summer of 2013.
That's correct.
And that would have been before he even knew Catherine McBanwa.
Yeah, I don't know when they met, but if you say so.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Man, this poor guy.
Smash! Question, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. The breakup email on July 14th, 2014, I know you had some phone contact after that, but was that basically the end of your relationship?
That's the last time I ever saw her.
Okay.
We did have some, it was in August. It was after, we didn't talk between then and after the murder.
Okay,
It's
and you
after
never got back together and resumed your
Oh,
relationship?
no.
No further questions?
All right, did you ever have a question of this witness? Write your question down, we'll go sidebar. So, series of questions from the jury. The email, the July 14, 2014 email, was that on a FSU website or a private website? Do you have any recollection?
I think that was from Wendy's Gmail account.
Okay, what about to you?
Oh, that would have been to my Gmail as well.
Okay. So the answer is no, it was not on an FSU website?
Correct.
Okay.
To the best of my recollection, Your Honor.
Okay. Did Ms. Adelson indicate that she wanted to relocate to have the children full-time?
She talked about, she didn't talk directly about relocating because she knew that was no longer a possibility. But the other side of that coin, how unhappy she was in Tallahassee and how frustrated she was by the child custody were issues that came up, if not every day, every week, that came up very frequently.
Okay, so that was actually the next question about, she frequently spoke about the divorce and the custody battle.
Yes, consistently throughout the entire relationship.
And did she appear distressed when she didn't have the children with her?
Sometimes, yes.
What kind of vehicle were you driving back in July 2014?
I was driving a 2004 four-door silver Nissan Sentra.
Ms. Kaplan?
No further questions?
Garcia? McBanwa?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Do we need to keep this witness any further?
Judge, I'd like to release him to go about his business, but I'd like him to remain under the rule.
All right, you can remain under the rule of sequestration, so don't discuss the case with anyone, but you're free to go about your business. You have a phone number for him if you should
Yes,
need
sir.
it. All right, thank you. You may step down. Call your next witness.
Stephen Luke.
Come up here, please. Keep your face alert and be sworn, please, sir.
Swear affirm testimony about giving the truth, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Have a seat. Slide up the microphone, please, sir.
Okay. Hi.
What is your name, sir?
My name is Stephen Lutz.
Will you spell that, please?
Sure. Last name is Lutes. First name, common spelling is Stephen.
With the V or the PH?
The common spelling, PH.
All right. And where are you employed, Mr. Lutz?
I work for J.P. Morgan Chase Bank in Tampa, Florida.
All right. And what is your job title?
A regional security specialist.
All right. Are you familiar with a security video camera at the J.P. Morgan Bank or at J.P. Morgan Banks in general back in July of 2014?
Yes.
And did you review a specific Did you review some specific surveillance footage from a specific ATM surveillance camera from July of 2014 in reference to this case?
I did. Two separate cameras that associated with that ATM machine.
Okay. And can you tell me a little bit about how the process works which gave rise to the images that you reviewed?
You mean as far as how they were transferred to?
How are the images captured initially? Is it a camera that runs constantly?
It is. 24 hours, 7 days a week. They're always running.
And is the camera mounted on the ATM machine?
The two cameras I referenced, there's one that's typically inside the ATM, which is called a transaction camera, which will give you facial pictures of the person conducting a transaction on the machine. And then in this instance, it was a drive-up ATM, so there's also an overhead camera that would capture.
All rise. Court is back in session.
Got an issue, Ms. Kappelman?
Just wanted to bring to the court's attention that the next witness is going to be Mr. Rivera. I anticipate that he will be a lengthy witness. I'm particularly anticipating a lengthy cross, but that being said, this is the last witness that I have brought for the day, and I don't want to be in a posture where I run out, so I was looking for a little guidance from the court. Would it be okay if we end with him today, even if it's a little early?
You guys tell me you want to watch every witness. I figured I would skip to the good ones. What are you guys thinking? Let me know. All right, let's go to Lewis.
Earlier, would your preference be that I get some more folks up here?
I don't have any doubt that he's going to at least take up the rest of the day.
Okay, I think so
Don't
too.
need any other witnesses. Right?
Didn't want to get in trouble.
Is that let's try to.
All rise for the jury.
All right, everybody but the witness have a seat, please. If you'd face the clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn, please, sir.
You swear affirm testimony about giving this case the truth, whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God.
Have a seat. Slide up the microphone, please, sir. You may proceed, Ms. Kappelman.
Sir, please say your name and spell your name.
Louis Rivera.
Slide forward a little closer to that microphone, please, sir.
Louis Rivera. L-I-U-S-R-I-V-E-R-A.
Can't hear him. You gotta tell him we can't.
How old are you, Mr. Rivera?
36.
Are you currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
And where are you currently incarcerated?
Right now I'm in the feds.
With the
Federal-
feds?
Federal prison.
Okay. And are you serving a sentence currently for both this case and an unrelated federal case?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you plead to in this case that we're here about today?
19 years.
All right, but what charge did you plead to?
Second degree murder.
All right, 19 years in prison?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're serving that concurrent with your federal sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
How long is the federal sentence?
12 and a half.
All right. And what did you have to do in exchange for your 19-year sentence in this case?
Cooperate.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know, there's somebody tamper with the volume. Every time we move this thing, it pops up, but we need to not move.
And Mr. Rivera, if you could pull up just a little bit closer.
I mean, I've been having fun with some of the other witnesses. It's not-
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, say something more.
All right, Mr. Rivera, you said that you had to cooperate in exchange for the testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what does cooperate mean to you?
Say nothing but the truth.
Has anybody told you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Anybody tried to tell you what the truth is?
No, ma'am.
Anybody try to tell you any particular fact you need to include in your testimony in order to get,
Not at all.
okay, in order to get anything,
No, ma'am.
any benefit?
No, ma'am.
Did I ever have any private meetings with you before you decided to cooperate with law enforcement?
Not at all.
Did you have an attorney to represent you through the process where you cooperated and entered a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did your lawyers ever tell you what you needed to say to get a deal?
No, ma'am.
Were you ever told that you had to implicate a specific person in order to get cooperation in this case?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than what we just discussed, the 19 years concurrent with the federal sentence?
No, ma'am.
Have you been promised anything on your federal case in exchange for your testimony here today?
Not at all.
Were you already serving a sentence on the federal case when law enforcement first came to talk to you about this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And you also have pending violations of probation out of Miami, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
For possession of a firearm by a convicted felon?
Yes, ma'am.
So you have not yet been sentenced on that?
Not at all.
And is that up to a potential 15 additional years in prison?
I believe so.
And also a possession of cocaine with intent to sell, do you have that open as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that another additional 15 years of prison that you could potentially face once you're done with all of this?
Probably.
All right. And have you been promised anything in reference to those other charges out of Miami?
Not at all.
Where were you living back in 2014?
I was in Miami. I was living with Jessica.
All right. And was Jessica at 130 Fifth Street? 130 Fifth Street
Yes,
in North
ma'am.
Miami.
Yes, ma'am.
That sound right? Do you know Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Sigfredo Garcia?
Childhood, we grew up together.
And when you say that, was it like since you were what age?
Like 5, 6, around there.
Okay. Were your families close to each other?
They know each other.
Did you grow up in the same neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
Go to the same schools?
Yes, ma'am.
Run with the same crowd?
Yes, ma'am.
Does Mr. Garcia have any nicknames?
Just Tuto.
Tuto? What, have you ever heard the term Tuto Dade?
Tuto Day?
Yeah.
Nah.
What about, let me ask you, like back around the time that this crime occurred, 2014, how often did you hang out with Mr. Garcia during that time frame?
We hang out pretty close every day.
All right. And you mentioned a Jessica. Who's that?
That's my ex-baby mama. Well,
Your
my baby
ex?
mama.
She's the mother of your children?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that's who you were living with around the time of this homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
What about Catherine Magbanowa? Do you know her?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know her?
Garcia's wife.
All right. And is he legally married to her?
That I knew, yeah.
You thought he was?
Yeah, I thought he was.
Okay. And do they have children together?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And does she go by any nicknames?
Just Katie.
Katie?
Yeah, we just call her Katie.
All right. And was Catherine Magbanowa somebody around, and I'm referring to the time leading up to this homicide, say 6 months leading up to the homicide. Is that somebody that you would talk to on the phone?
Nah,
Catherine Magbanowa?
Like, speak to her?
Yes.
No.
Would you see her socially?
I see her, because I got to see Aunt Garcia.
So when you saw her, would she always be with Garcia? Or did you have a separate relationship with her?
Nah, she would be with Garcia. I never had no.
Okay. I guess I'm just trying to establish, did you have a friendship with her independent of knowing Garcia, or was she just Garcia's woman to you?
That was Garcia's woman.
Okay. How much time would you say you spent around the two of them socially, them like as a couple?
I mean, I was always around Garcia, but, you know, everybody do their own thing.
Okay. Would you say you saw them socially more than 10 times in your life?
Yeah, of course.
Was the nature of Magbanoa and Garcia's relationship such that they were always together, steady, or did they tend to break up and get back
They
together?
were on and off.
Do you know what their status was of their relationship at the time that Dan Markel was killed?
I don't think I knew that she was dating the dentist. That's about it.
You did not know she was dating the dentist?
No,
Or you
she
did?
was dating.
You
dating
did?
him.
Okay, so they were kind of off at that time.
Yeah, they were off.
All right. I want to show you some photographs which I've marked as states 45 and 46. Ask if you recognize them.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize states 45 and 46?
I think we were going out to the club that day.
Are these photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Who are they photographs of? Let's start with 45, this one.
Me, Jessica, Luther, and Katie.
All right, and are these fair and accurate photographs of the four of you?
Yeah.
Is this a photograph taken when the four of y'all were hanging out socially?
Yeah.
Okay. Judge, at this time I'd ask to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 45.
Any objection?
None from the defense, none from Garcia, Judge.
All right, it'll be admitted.
Only objection, Judge, is there's no time frame that's been established for that photograph.
Do you have an idea when these were taken, Mr. Rivera?
Do you
Do you
know
have
when
any
this
time
photo-
idea of when these photos were shown?
I can't remember. I can't remember. when we took
Sometime
them.
prior to the homicide that we're here about?
Shit. Nah, I don't think so.
You think it could have been after?
Probably after.
Okay.
Objection?
I'll just rest my objection on that, Your Honor. He says he doesn't know when that picture was taken.
I'll overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit 45.
And State's Exhibit 46, what is that a photo of?
Me and Garcia?
All right, and do you know when that photo was taken?
Nah, not really.
Okay, is that the two of y'all hanging out together socially?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and are the two of you, I guess if you know, what is your height? What is your height and Mr. Garcia's height?
I'm 5'4". He's like 6'1".
You're 5'4" and he's 6'1"?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that demonstrated in that photo?
Yeah,
Is that fair and accurate depiction of the difference in y'all's height?
of course. He just, I'm leaning down a little bit, but he's tall.
5'4"?
At this time, I'd ask to introduce an evidence
We
statement.
sure he wasn't in the low country?
Any objection?
Yes, Judge, he indicated he wasn't sure when that photograph was taken. He also indicated,
You have a legal objection. State your legal objection, please.
he can't authenticate it.
All right, I'll overrule the objection, admit State's Exhibit 46. You may.
All right, Mr. Rivera, who's this on the far left?
Garcia? Katie?
And the man now?
Yes, ma'am.
What about this one?
Jessica?
Jessica Rivera?
No, Rodriguez?
Rodriguez, I'm sorry. Is that your child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
And this person?
Me?
State's Exhibit 46, who's that?
That's me and Garcia.
I wish we could see these pictures better.
Was there a time when Mr. Garcia approached you about coming to Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was that?
2014.
Okay. Do you know how long before the homicide it was that Mr. Garcia first approached you about coming to Tallahassee?
A few months.
All right. And what did Mr. Garcia say when he approached you about coming to Tallahassee?
He just said, I got a job. He gave me a job I gotta go do.
He said he had a job,
Yes, ma'am.
and the job was in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he ask you to come with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ask any questions about what the nature of the job was, why you needed to go all the way to Tallahassee, or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Just as my best friend, and I trust him.
So you were automatically in to do whatever it was he wanted you to do.
Whatever you want to do, I would have rolled.
All right. Was money discussed as far as how you'd be compensated for this job?
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
He was gonna give me some money. He said, take a ride with me over to Tallahassee, and I'll give you some money.
Did he say how much?
At that moment, yeah, he did. 35.
All right. 35 what?
35,000.
You were going to get $35,000 for this job?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you have another conversation in the car on the way to Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
How many trips did you make to Tallahassee?
Like twice.
All right. And were both trips with Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Was anybody else in the car on either of those trips?
Not at all.
All right. Tell us about the conversation on the way to Tallahassee. Was this the first trip or the second trip?
This, the first trip.
All right. Tell us about that.
We were just taking a ride up there. My concern, I thought we were finna go rob him. So,
Say that again.
and my concern, I thought we were finna go rob him.
You thought you were coming to Tallahassee to do a robbery?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you assume that, or did somebody tell you that?
No, I assumed I'm like, it was just a job.
All right. So you knew it was a job in Tallahassee, and you assumed it was a robbery. Did you learn something additional about what it was on the way to Tallahassee?
Yeah, and the way coming up, like halfway there, he said we're gonna have to kill the man for some
Said
kids.
you were going to have to kill the man?
Yeah,
And what was the second part of what you said?
for some kids.
For some kids. All right. Anything else? What did that mean to you? Kill the man for some kids.
That's for a lady. I guess the lady wanted her kids back.
All right. So is this Garcia telling you this?
Yeah,
Did he have any information about who it was you were coming to Tallahassee to kill?
if you had information for who we coming to kill,
Yeah.
yeah,
What information did he have?
he had a piece of paper.
And where was the piece of paper?
He had it in his hand at that moment.
Okay. Did you see the piece of paper? Did you see what was on it?
Yes, ma'am.
What was on it?
A picture of the guy, what's his name?
Dan Markel,
Dan Markel.
the guy that y'all ended up killing.
Yes, ma'am.
Overruled.
Is that the person whose picture was on the paper?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And was there anything else on the paper other than a picture of Mr. Markel?
I think it was the address in it too.
Okay. And who was doing the driving on this first trip?
He was.
Okay. And during the time that he showed you this paper, was he behind the wheel of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you know where the paper was stored inside the car?
It was on the side of where you drive out by the door.
Okay. Who was responsible for getting the car to go on the first trip?
He did.
Mr. Garcia?
Yeah, he brought the car.
All right. So you didn't, or did you accompany him to rent the car for the first trip?
No, ma'am.
Do you know what your phone number was at the time of this homicide?
I think it was like either 786. I think it was like 290.
No, your phone number.
My phone number?
Yeah.
Shit. And I had two phones.
If I say the phone number, would you be able to say that was
I had
correct
two
or
phones.
Let me hear it, please.
not? 305-570-8153.
Yeah.
That was one of your phone
That was
numbers?
one of my phone numbers.
So what's the tell when he touches his face?
And I
When he's
also have
lying,
a
you see how when he touches his
305
face?
934-6615. Was that a phone number that belonged to you?
Yeah.
Okay. And was there one number in particular that, of those two that you took to Tallahassee?
I don't remember which one I took.
Did you definitely take one of them to Tallahassee?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to ask you about the first trip. Do you know the date that you came to Tallahassee on the first trip?
date. I can't remember, but, no, I can't remember.
Okay, does June 4th through June 5th sound correct?
Yeah, it was around June. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's of the year 2014, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so do you know, are you familiar with a ticket, a traffic ticket that y'all got in the area of Gainesville on that first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 81. You recognize State's 81?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the traffic ticket that y'all received on this first trip to Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and this was in the car that was rented by Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Who got the ticket?
I got the ticket.
All right. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce an evidence of 81.
Any objection?
Not at all, Judge, not Mr. Garcia.
No objection.
Be admitted.
What was the ticket for?
Speeding.
Okay, and so you were doing the driving, at least in the Gainesville area, is that right?
Yeah, we had switched for a minute, and he told me to drive.
All right. Do you know what time of day you arrived in Tallahassee on that first trip on June 4th?
In the morning, like around 5, 6 o'clock in the morning around there.
Okay. And would it refresh your memory to look at when this traffic ticket was received?
Let me see.
I'm going to draw your attention to the top right corner of this traffic ticket. Indicates that you received a ticket at 9:12 a.m. in Gainesville, Florida. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
It does? When you came to Tallahassee that first time, did you have any guns with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what guns were in the car with you on that first trip?
We had 2 guns.
Okay.
2 38s.
2 38s?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did those guns come from?
One was his and one was mine.
One was whose?
Garcia's.
All right, and was that a gun that he acquired just for this trip or something he'd already had?
He already had it.
All right, what about the gun that was yours?
I bought it
Where did you buy it?
in the corner.
On the corner, so it was an illegal gun purchase?
Yes,
or-
ma'am.
And which one of these guns, if either of them, ended up being the murder weapon in this case?
The one that I brought.
All right, the one that you purchased on the corner?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was before the first trip to Tallahassee?
That was the first trip.
All right, so what was the purpose of the first trip?
We came to scope them out.
Okay, were you intending to commit the murder on the first trip?
It was supposed to, but we couldn't find them.
All right, so when y'all came to do the first trip, was any money exchanged?
Nah, he had money.
Who did?
Truth,
Garcia.
Gretchen.
How much money did he have?
He probably had, I think, from $2,000 or $5,000.
Between $2,000 and $5,000?
Yeah.
Okay, and did you know where he got the money from?
The money he got it from the people that hired him.
All right, and who is that? Did he tell you?
Nah, he didn't tell me yet.
Okay. Did he give you any money on this first trip?
Excuse me?
Did he give you any money for this
Yeah,
first
he gave me a
trip?
couple of $100.
Okay. How many nights did you stay in Tallahassee on that first trip? If you remember.
I said like 2 nights.
All
2 to
right.
3 nights.
Where did y'all stay?
In a hotel.
Okay. And did you interact with a man by the name of Shadrach Nobles in the hotel?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you came here to do the murder, but you couldn't find him. What did you mean by that?
We had followed him and we
Followed
lost
who?
Markel.
All right. Where'd you follow him to?
Followed him all the way to a daycare where we kept losing him.
Okay. Where did you follow him? When you say you followed him to the daycare, where did you start following him?
Like, we had stopped by a park and watched him come out of his house.
So you knew where his house was located?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know where Mr. Markel's house was?
Garcia pointed his house to me.
Okay. Was that something that was written on the paper?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you said you pulled into a park and waited for him. Where was the park?
I was in the corner by a light.
I'll show you what I marked as safety unit 47. You recognize States 47?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a fair and accurate aerial map depicting where you parked that day waiting for Mr. Markel to follow him or scope him out?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States 47.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted. You may.
Mr. Rivera, does this yellow dot here indicate where you and Mr. Garcia waited?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and had you already seen Mr. Markel's home before you parked here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and when he pulled out, did he pull out down this road right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, when you're talking about the light, are you talking about this intersection?
Yes.
All right, tell me where you followed him. If he came down this way, where did y'all go?
Pulled right behind him, and he went straight.
Straight down through this light?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that when you followed him to the area of the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and when you say you lost him, where and how did you lose him?
He had pulled up into the daycare. By the time we made a circle, I guess he had pulled out and left. So we can't loosen him.
All right, when you talk about following Mr. Markel to the daycare on this first trip, who was driving when you all followed him to the daycare?
Garcia.
All right. You mentioned going by Mr. Markel's residence. Can you tell the jury exactly what kind of scoping out y'all did of Mr. Markel's residence on this trip?
Just driving through to see if we see his car, to see if there was somebody in the house. But we never got to see his car.
Did you ever pull around behind the house or go anywhere besides other than driving right in front?
Yeah, we went around the house.
Okay. Did you get out of the car?
No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Garcia get out of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that.
He got off, went behind the house, tried to see if somebody was in the house.
Who was supposed to be the shooter on this first trip?
I was going to be the shooter.
Did you make a suggestion to change the plan from shooting to something else?
Yeah, I found out for the kids. I ain't going to shoot nobody in front of no kids.
All right. When you saw Mr. Markel on the first trip, did he have his kids with him?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Why didn't the murder get done on the first trip? Is it because?
We lost him.
Okay. Did you ever observe Mr. Markel on the first trip where he was, I guess, separated from his children?
Excuse me?
Did you ever see him where he was in his car or in his home and the kids were not around that first trip?
Nah, he always had his kids.
Did y'all discuss plans to, I guess y'all went back to Miami, correct? After
Yes,
the
ma'am.
failed first trip. And was there any plans discussed about when to come back?
No, ma'am.
All right, what about between the two trips? Was there a conversation about the homicide or coming back to Tallahassee?
Excuse me, what two trips? The two trips?
Between the two trips, did y'all talk about when you're gonna come back, or
No, when we left that first night, we left. We didn't talk about it.
you did or did not?
Did not.
Okay. How did it come about that y'all came back?
He ended up calling me, he said, you got to do the job. We got to finish that job.
Okay. And did y'all return to Tallahassee on July 16th, 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you get to Tallahassee that time?
We rented a car.
Who rented the car?
I did.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been introduced into evidence as States 82. Have you seen this exhibit before?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this the rental agreement where you rented this car?
Yes, ma'am.
It's a green Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And whose phone number is this up here listed as brother? You know?
Can't remember.
Give it to you. 786-372-5986.
I can't remember.
Who went with you to rent the Prius?
Starting to feel like that
It was me
attorney
and
who
Garcia.
stares
He
into
waited
the
for me in the
light.
corner. I went in, gave him $300. I rented a car.
Okay. Did you refer to Mr. Garcia as your brother?
Always.
Who drove to Tallahassee in the green Prius?
I did.
Where did y'all stay in Tallahassee on the second trip?
Same hotel.
Okay, I'm going to show you what I've marked as States Exhibit 83. Recognize States 83?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is that the receipt from, and I think this one is, it shows an arrival date of July 16th. Is that your information?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of what you filled out to register in the hotel here in Tallahassee?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence States Exhibit 83, which is accompanied by a certification or declaration of authenticity by the folks at the Budget Inn.
Budget in, is
Yes,
that
sir.
the name? Is there objection?
Just to confirm, this is on the July 16th, 2014, that's this one, correct?
Correct.
Okay, no objection from Mr. Garcia.
No objection.
Be admitted. You may.
You arrived on July 16th, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is your name and address, so forth?
Yes, ma'am.
What about this phone number? There's another phone number on here. You know who that belongs to? Is that a real phone number?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
It's not a real phone number at all.
I want to talk about Thursday, July 17th. So you came, you spent the night at the Budget Inn, you woke up on Thursday, July 17th. What happened that day?
Woke up, took a ride towards Markel's house. It's that Thursday morning. And went around the house. So we went around the house, we came back around, and we seen a lady walking through.
Mm-hmm. Where was the lady?
She was towards my right-hand side, towards his house. Markel's
Towards
house.
whose house? Towards Markel's house?
Mhm.
Okay. Was she in the street, on the sidewalk, or something
Sidewalk.
else? Okay. Did she have children with her?
Yes, ma'am, too.
All right. What happened when you saw this lady? Did she see you?
Yeah, she looked dead at the car. I was driving, and as I looked in my rear mirror, I seen her looking.
Mm-hmm.
So
What happened next?
I asked Garcia, what's up with this lady? Was she looking at the car? Yeah, that's that lady with the kids, man.
So you asked Garcia, hey, who's this lady that's looking at the car?
Yes, ma'am.
And he said, that's the lady with the kids.
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you take that to mean?
That's the lady that wanted the kids.
The lady that wanted you to do this job?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And were you worried about seeing her there?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you worried about her seeing you there?
Of course.
Were you concerned? Did you ever ask Garcia, who knows that I'm involved in this job with you?
I can't remember.
Can't remember that?
No.
Okay. What did you do once you see this lady and Garcia tells you that's the lady that wants this job done?
We drove off. We left.
Okay. Did Garcia make a phone call about seeing the lady?
Well, I'm looking to the rearview mirror, and I seen her making a phone call. I seen
Okay.
her getting on the phone.
The lady that you saw on the sidewalk?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then y'all drove off?
We drove off.
Okay. And did Mr. Garcia, after seeing that and driving off, did he make any phone calls?
After we done bent like the corner, he got on the phone.
All right. And who did he get on the phone with?
I believe he got on the phone with Katie.
How do you know it was Katie he got on the phone with?
Because she, like, the way he was talking, it's only her. He only talks to her.
All right. And what do you mean the way he was talking? How are you able to tell?
Like, when he spoke to her, she like, y'all get out of there. The lady just seen y'all.
All right. And so y'all were worried about this lady having seen you?
Oh, I was worried.
You were?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you able, you said that you believe Garcia called Katie. Could you actually hear her, or you could only hear his end of the conversation?
I'm hearing his end of the conversation right now.
All right. And tell us about his end of the conversation. What did you hear?
He like, we just gotta go. Like, let's get out of here.
Okay. Did you learn anything about Mr. Markel planning to leave town?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
We had to get the job done because he was supposed to leave that Friday morning.
How did you know that?
Garcia told him.
And how did he know that?
Katie told him.
And when Katie told him that, was that something that happened while you were present or something that he already knew before y'all arrived there?
No, I was present. I was in the car.
Okay. Did you post a picture on Instagram while y'all were in Tallahassee on that second trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell the jury about that?
There was a picture of an owl.
An owl, like the bird?
Yeah.
Okay. And was that a photograph that you took here in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What happened after you posted this picture of an owl on Instagram?
Garcia came and told me, hey, you need to take that shit down. Just like that.
Garcia told you that?
Yes, ma'am.
And who told him that?
I believe Katie.
You believe Katie or
no,
you know Katie?
It's Katie. It's her.
Okay. So did Garcia get a phone call about the Instagram photo that you posted?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you present when he received that phone call?
I was outside.
Okay.
He came outside and told me.
He came outside and told you to take it down?
Yeah.
All right. And did you all have contact with that same gentleman that y'all saw the first trip, Shadrack Nobles? Did y'all see him on the second trip?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Could you tell the jury about the circumstances of coming into contact with Mr. Nobles on the second trip?
Buying drugs.
All right. And was there an issue with your car as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell the jury about the issue with the car?
There was an issue in the car that I was driving, and Garcia pulled a gun out and shot a hole right through the car.
All right. What gun did he shoot the car with?
The homicide one. The 38.
The murder weapon.
The murder weapon.
The gun that you bought on the street corner.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I assume that was an accidental shooting of the car?
Yeah, it was an accident.
Where did this occur? Were y'all in the parking lot or somewhere else?
And I was driving.
All right. Did it disable the vehicle?
Of course.
All right. So what did y'all do as a result of the vehicle being disabled? And this is the green Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Go ahead and tell us what y'all did.
Well, the car had stopped because he hit the gas line. So pushed it right to the side of the road, so like a little parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
He left with Cedric to the AutoZone and got a little piece of hose to come fix it up. It only took him like about 10 minutes to fix it.
So Garcia got a ride with Mr. Nobles?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And who fixed the car?
Garcia.
All right. Was he able to do that with whatever he bought at the auto parts store?
Of course.
And then it ran again after that?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Nobles assist y'all with getting a hotel room that second night in Tallahassee?
Yes.
All right, I want to talk about what happened on July 18th, 2014. Who was driving the green Prius that day?
I was.
Where did y'all go when you left the hotel?
To Markel's house.
All right, and was Mr. Markel, was his vehicle there?
That's that Friday.
Yes, sir.
His vehicle, we had pulled, but we passed by, We didn't see it, so we went to the corner, the same spot of that park. We posted up and waited for him to come around. So once I seen him, we followed him
Where did you follow him?
all the way to the daycare.
All right. And did you see him drop his children off at the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you continue to follow him?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you follow him from the daycare?
To the gym.
All right. And are you still driving at this point?
I'm still driving.
And Mr. Garcia is the passenger?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you continue to use your cell phones once you got into the area of Premier Gym?
Nah, I think the cell phone was off. I can't remember.
Okay. You don't remember whether you turned your phone off or not?
Yeah, I can't remember if it was on or off.
Okay. Have you seen the Premier Gym video?
I seen the gym.
And you saw the images of that green Prius circling around while Mr. Markel was working out in the gym?
Yeah.
And was that you in that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened once Mr. Markel came out of the gym?
We followed him all the way back to his house.
And have you seen the images that were on the bus cameras?
If I seen the images?
Yeah, the video from the bus cameras.
Yeah, I seen them.
All right. And is that y'all both before and right after the murder of Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. On the way to the murder, I see only your car, the Prius, turning onto Benton Road. I do not see Mr. Markel's. Why is that?
We went the other. He went one way and we went the other way.
And what do you mean by that? He turned before you or after you?
He turned before me.
Okay. So he turned to get to his house another way, and you turned on Benton.
Yes, the corner of his house.
Okay. That corner right there by the park?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so when you were approaching Mr. Markel's residence, was he coming from the other direction?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened once the two of y'all were headed toward each other?
He pulled in, and I pulled right behind him.
How close did you get up behind him?
Real close.
All right. And what was Mr. Markel doing when you pulled up behind him?
He was on the phone.
All right. Still seated in the driver's seat of his vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened once you pulled into his driveway?
As soon as I pulled in, Garcia jumped off. Jumped out the car and went around. Not around, but in front of the car.
Mm-hmm.
Right behind his car and in front of the car I was driving. Went to the driver's side and shot him.
He shot Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times?
Twice.
Did you actually see Mr. Garcia shoot Mr. Markel?
Of course.
Were the shots close together?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe Mr. Garcia's shooting position, like how he was holding the gun?
One hand.
All right. Was it raised up or was it like a normal arm, pretty straight shooting position?
Raised up pretty straight.
Okay. And did Mr. Garcia, did you observe him touch anything did he have to go inside the garage to kill Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you see him touch anything inside the garage?
No, ma'am.
All right. And when he shot Mr. Markel, can you tell the jury anything about how close the gun was to Mr. Markel?
Pretty close.
Okay. Would you say inches, feet?
Just inches away.
All right. Did you see Mr. Garcia go inside the house at all?
Not at all.
Did he take anything from Mr.
No.
Markel other than his life?
No, ma'am.
What did y'all do once Mr. Garcia shot Mr. Markel?
Got in the car and left.
And who was driving?
Me.
All right. Which way did y'all go?
The same way we came in.
All right. Up Thomasville Road?
They by the corner of the park.
Okay. So you turned at the corner by the park.
Yeah.
And then did you turn at the light?
Yes. Made a right and just left.
All right. Did y'all get on the interstate and head back to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see the person in the courtroom who shot Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please point that person out and describe what he's wearing?
Garcia is wearing a tux.
A tux?
Yeah.
What color is the shirt?
Blue.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant Garcia. On the bus video that we talked about a little earlier, in the moments after the homicide, there's some like animated movement that's seen in the passenger side of the Prius. Can you tell us what that was? What was happening at that time?
Oh, he's just trying to hide the gun.
Who was?
Garcia.
Where was he trying to hide the gun?
Right in front of the passenger side.
Okay. And what was Mr. Garcia's demeanor like? What was he acting like when he got back in the car after killing Mr. Markel?
He was nervous.
What happened to the murder weapon in this case?
We dumped it
Where did y'all dump it?
in the lake.
All right, what lake?
And the bridge, ain't no telling. And one of them bridges.
All right, was it on the way between
On the way-
Tallahassee and Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to say exactly which bridge it was?
I can't remember.
But the gun was thrown into a body of water?
Yes, ma'am.
And who threw the gun into the body of water?
Garcia.
Did you ride around with law enforcement much later looking for this location?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Have you seen the ATM images in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing State Exhibit 42. You seen this before?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's that?
That's me.
Who's that?
Garcia.
What car is this?
The Prius.
That's the day of the homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you doing at the ATM?
I was just getting money out.
Why did you need to get money out if you got a couple $100 already for the murder?
We got ran out.
Y'all had run out of money by then?
Yeah.
Do you know which one of you had the first phone call once the murder occurred, you or Mr. Garcia?
Garcia.
And do you know when that phone call was made or where y'all were when the phone call was made?
We was driving back to Miami.
All right. And who was the first phone call? Did he receive a phone call or he made a phone call?
Shit.
If you know.
I can't remember right there.
And who was the first phone call with?
Katie.
All right, so Garcia either called Katie or got a call from Katie, and that
Yes.
was the first call that either of y'all made after the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and how do you know that that call was to Katie?
Because when he was speaking, he like, hey, the shit is done. She goes, I already know it's done.
All right, and when she said, I already know it's done, was that something that you heard or that Garcia told you?
I heard.
How were you able to hear it?
Because I'm in the car with him. The windows
right.
are up, and she's on the phone.
So her voice was loud enough through the receiver that you were
Yes,
able to
ma'am.
hear her. And could you identify her voice as being hers and not somebody else's?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so tell us again what exactly was said.
He said, we already finished. He goes, I already know it's done.
All right, and then what?
And then we asked for the money, like, where the money at? So you'll get it tomorrow.
Who said you'll get it tomorrow?
Katie.
Who was responsible for getting the money?
I believe Katie.
All right, and you said, why do you say you believe Katie? Was it Katie or not?
Yes, it was Katie.
All right, and did you know where she was going to get the money from?
If I knew, not really, but we know the lady, Wendy, was paying it.
All right, so you knew that the job was being done so that Wendy could get her kids.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go with Katie to get the money?
No, ma'am.
All right, and when Katie said you'll get the money, what exactly did she say? I'm not sure you said
They'll
that
get the
yet.
money tomorrow.
You'll get the money tomorrow, and was that okay with you?
Not really. I mean, the job is done. We should get the money today.
All right, did y'all go back and forth about that a little bit?
Not at all.
All right, so she's going to get the money and you were going to get it tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you get the money the next day?
Yes, ma'am.
That's going to be Saturday the 19th,
Yes, ma'am.
July 19th, 2014.
Yes.
Your financial records indicate that you went to Big Daddy's the night of the murder. Is that a place in Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of place is that?
Big Daddy, you got a bar and then you got a Flanagan's right next to it.
Okay. Is Flanagan's also a bar or is that something else?
It's together.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bar. It's a sport bar.
Is that a place that you hung out regularly?
Not really.
Okay. But you went there that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And what about Mr. Garcia? Did he go there with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did y'all spend some money that night?
Yes.
Were y'all celebrating?
You can't call it celebrating, but yeah, we spent some money.
All right, but you hadn't been paid yet.
No, not at all.
Okay, but you were anticipating getting some money the next day.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know how much Mr. Garcia was getting paid for his role in this murder?
40 grand.
40 grand, and that's what he told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know how much Katie was getting for her role in this murder?
The rest,
The rest of what?
the money,
How much money was it total?
100 grand.
100 grand?
Yes, ma'am.
That's how much the job was?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you learn that?
I asked Garcia, he's giving me 35, and he's getting 40. I said, how much is in total? He said 100. Katie get the rest.
All right. So you said that you got paid the next day. Tell us about that.
I was in a barbershop the next morning. I get a phone call from Katie. Hey, where's Tuto? Where's Tuto?
And Tuto is Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Katie, you talked to Katie on the phone that day.
Yes, I did.
And that was pretty unusual because y'all don't usually talk on the phone, right?
Yes, ma'am. We don't.
All right, and she says, where's Tuto? Did you know where Tuto was?
Objection leading.
Yes.
Overruled.
And where was Tuto?
And Shrimp's house.
And who's Shrimp?
His girlfriend.
Okay, so that's the
Shrimp?
woman that he was seeing around that time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what did she say? Did she say anything about the money?
Yeah, she said, who's going to come get this money? I said, he is. He'll go get it.
All right, so she wanted to know who was going to come get the money.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to locate Mr. Garcia?
Of course.
And did y'all go get the money?
I didn't go get it. He went to get it.
You didn't get your money?
I was in a barbershop still. They brought the money to my house.
Okay, and did you go to your house to get the money?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was present when you went to your house and got your money?
Garcia and Katie.
All right, and is that the house that we talked about earlier that you lived at with Jessica?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you leave the barber shop, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And go to your house?
Yes.
Who gave you the money?
Garcia.
All right, and Catherine Magbana was present as well?
She was there.
All right, and tell us about the money. How was it packaged?
It was in a brown bag.
Okay. Like a brown paper bag or a plastic?
A brown paper bag.
All right, and what about inside the brown paper bag?
It was like a little clear plastic, a plastic bag inside of it as well.
All right, and what was inside the clear plastic bag?
Money, all hundreds.
All hundreds?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you count the money?
No,
How do you know how much was there?
because I trust them.
All right, so you were told it was 35,000.
Yes, ma'am.
And did it seem like about that much to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said it was all hundreds. Were they separated at all into stacks?
They were stapled.
Stapled.
$1,000 staple each one of them.
So stacks of hundreds stapled together with like a stapler?
Yeah, with a stapler. Not all of them together, but $1,000 each was stapled.
Okay. So you had a bunch of stacks of $100 bills that were stapled into stacks of 1,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Who is Anthony Ortiz?
That's one of my friends.
All right. Is that a person that would know how to find you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did Catherine Magbanoa know Anthony Ortiz?
Yeah.
And do you know his number, or if I say his number, would you be able to say yes or no that that's his number?
Yeah.
305-762-0648.
That's his number.
Did you get any additional money for this murder other than the money that you got in that brown paper bag?
Yeah, he gave me an extra $2,000.
Who did?
Garcia.
When was that?
In the car.
You say in the car. Was that the same day that you got the 35 grand?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of any purchases that Mr. Garcia made with his portion of the money from this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And what purchases were those?
We just bought some toys.
Like what?
Like cars, motorcycles.
What about you? Did you buy any toys?
Yeah, I bought a motorcycle.
I'm gonna approach with State's Exhibits 48 and 49. Let's start with 48. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
Let's go see his motorcycle and the Monte Carlo is his.
All right, is this a fair and accurate photo of the toys that he bought with the proceeds of this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce State's 48.
Any objection?
Judge, if I may,
You might.
That picture was from Office Space. If you haven't seen it, you should watch it.
Judge, I'm gonna object as to authentication. Mr.
I'll overrule that objection.
Smash!
No objection.
You may.
Mr. Rivera, there's a couple motorcycles in this photo. Did Mr. Garcia purchase both of those with the money?
Nah, just one.
Which one?
The yellow one. Yellow and black one.
This one in the front?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what about this vehicle back here? Did you purchase that with money from the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 49, do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that show?
Me and Garcia on the motorcycles.
All right, are those the motorcycles y'all bought with the money from killing Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence State's 49.
Any objection?
No objection.
Do it, Madeline.
To be admitted. 49 will be admitted.
Do you know what Catherine Magbanawa did with her cut of the money?
Not really.
Did you dump your phone, the phone that you took to Tallahassee? Did you dump that phone after the murder?
Nah, I think I just changed the number.
Change the number? And did you change the number because it might have been associated with a homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened to the Prius?
Well, we turned it back. The
Who
Prius-
turned it back in?
I turned it back in.
And was it turned in on time?
No.
Tell us about that.
Well, Garcia used it at night. We went out. He took the Prius, parked it somewhere around the house. He said he lost it. He said he didn't know where he put it at. So I had to go over there and look for it. Found it like a block and a half away from where he lived at in Miami
Alright.
Beach.
Miami Beach?
Yeah,
And so the Prius was a few days late, right?
yeah.
Are you familiar with a wire intercept, a T3 wire intercept that was done in reference to this case?
Not really.
Have you had an opportunity to review some recorded calls that were captured on a disc?
I heard it from one of my homegirls.
Say that again?
I heard it before.
Okay, did you remember coming and listening with Investigator Newland to some phone calls and initialing whether or not you knew who the voices were on those calls?
Wait, Detective who? Newman?
Newland, Investigator Jason Newland. Did you meet with him?
Yeah, I met with him.
Okay, and did he play some phone calls for you? And the gist of that was asking you, can you recognize the voices on
Yes.
these calls? You remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 138.
We haven't seen this.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
All right, jury needs
Today, Junior?
Take 10 minutes. Let everybody be seated, please. You may proceed, Ms. Kaplan.
Rivera, when we broke, I was asking you whether you recalled having a meeting where you listened to some phone calls, the recorded phone calls from this case, to identify the voices. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to approach with what I've marked as States 179. Do you recognize this sheet?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this your initial here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what about
I think
these
so,
check marks?
Brad.
What do these check marks indicate?
The voices.
All right, so on each of these letter phone calls, were you able to authenticate the voices that are highlighted?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so for example, on call D, you were asked to listen to see if that's,
She hasn't moved this into evidence yet, and she's
Overruled.
talking about the document.
Overruled.
so for example, on call D, you were asked to identify the voice of, there's two voices on there, and you were asked to identify the one that's highlighted, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And does the check mark indicate that you were able to identify the
Yes,
the
ma'am.
highlighted voice? Okay. And on these calls, such as call K, there are two names highlighted there, Katie and Garcia. Does the check mark indicate you were able to authenticate both of those voices?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the ones that have check marks by Katie, is that referencing Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, ma'am.
So that was her voice on the call?
Yes, ma'am.
And the ones that have Garcia, that's referencing Sigfredo Garcia's voice?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and all the check marks indicate that you have authenticated those voices on those particular calls?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce case 179.
Is there objection?
Yes, Your Honor. First, I've never been shown what Ms. Capelman is referring to, and if you want to go sidebar, I'll lay my other objections. Improper foundation.
Look, we'll go sidebar.
Mr. Rivera, I don't think I asked you, what is your nickname if you have one?
Tato.
Tato?
Yeah.
All right. And I want to
Tato
take you
and
back
Tito.
for a moment to the first trip to Tallahassee. Did Mr. Garcia engage in any phone calls with Ms. Magbanua during that first trip to Tallahassee?
Can't remember.
Do you remember giving a proffer in this case on October 4th, 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember giving some statements about Garcia having a lot of phone contact with Ms. Magbanua on that first trip?
Sustained.
I'm going to approach and show you the transcript of that offer. Ask you to read the question and answer. Are you able to read very well, Mr.
Can't
Rivera?
read, can't write.
All right. Judge, I'll ask for some guidance on that.
There it is. He can't read, he can't write.
I don't
Sorry,
give
I don't-
guidance. I don't give guidance, Ms. Capelman.
Okay, well, the question is, right, how do you know that?
I'm gonna object to this, happening improperly.
Sustained.
All right,
Move on, Ms. Capelman.
yes, sir. Do you have any recollection of any conversation, overhearing any conversation in which Ms. Magbanua was concerned about you and Mr. Garcia doing something stupid or messing it up?
Can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember any conversation that you were privy to where Mr. Garcia was telling Ms. Magbanua to make sure those people have the money?
Yeah.
When was that?
That was Friday after the murder happened.
Okay. Were there other conversations that happened on the first trip where the money was discussed?
All right. I'm just going to go back. This is on 440, remind me. I'm going to go back and show you guys. I should have paused it, but if you want to see who the other co-defendants are, let me just go back quick. There, right there, with the blue shirt and the tie there with the glasses, Sigfredo, the Garcia he keeps talking about. And then Katie is kind of behind this guy in the gray next to the attorney in the white is Katie. You can't really see her. Let me see if we can get a better picture here. That is Katie right there in the glasses. So Katie and Sigfredo right here. And if I can pull up the thing again. That's not the... So this is, you see Luis Rivera, who is on the stand, Sigfredo Garcia, who's right here, and Katie, who's right there. So I just wanted to pull it up there. So yes, and that's in his tux.
The money was discussed?
No,
You don't remember Mr. Garcia telling Ms. Magbanua that they better have the money?
no, I don't remember.
Slide forward a little bit more. I think you've got it backed up a little bit.
I'm way in the mic.
Do you remember any conversation where Ms. Magbanua was indicating to Mr. Garcia where you could hear her saying, make sure you get everything done right. When you are done, call me?
Yes,
When was that?
that was the second trip. We was finna murder the guy.
And were you a member of this conspiracy to accomplish the murder of Mr. Markel?
Not at all.
You didn't have anything to do with it?
I mean, and yeah, he told me about it to go, but if you're saying if I got hired, no.
Well, you got paid, didn't you?
Yeah, from Garcia.
All right, so Garcia hired you to do a murder, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
And who hired him?
The Addison family.
I'm sorry?
The Wendy family.
Wendy's family hired him?
Yeah.
Okay, and how was Wendy's family connected to Sigfredo Garcia?
Cause Katie was dating the dentist.
Okay, did Katie know about the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Katie have a role in hiring Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know that?
Cause he told me.
And Katie got paid?
Yes, ma'am.
Sustained.
Do you know which member of the Adelson family? Do you know? Did you have any contact with any
No,
member
ma'am.
of the Adelson family? Did any member of the Adelson family ever pay you any money?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever have any phone calls with any member of the Adelson
No,
family?
ma'am.
Text messages?
Nope.
Meetings?
Nope.
Any other type of communication?
Not at all.
Do you see the person in the courtroom that you say hired Sigfredo Garcia to do this homicide?
The only one I see is Katie.
All right, would you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She's wearing gray and black.
Let the record reflect the witness has
Kevin,
identified.
Would you put your hand down, please, Ms.
The
Catherine?
witness
It
has
makes it hard to hear
identified.
you.
Sir?
Makes it hard to hear you when you've got your hand up around
Yes,
your mouth.
sir. The witness has identified defendant Magbanua. No further questions.
Cross.
Give me a second to set up, Your Honor.
Certainly.
If I may proceed, Judge?
You may.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Rivera.
Good afternoon.
Do you have any aliases other than your full legal name as Luis Rivera?
Yeah, Tato.
What about King Tato?
Yeah, King Tato.
And where is the nickname King Tato derived from?
King is from Latin king. And Tato is my nickname since I was a baby.
You're a Latin King legacy, right?
Yeah.
And I say that because you were born into being a Latin King, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And by being born into this organization, that means that you had family members that were part of the organization. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Objection, relevance.
If I can explain. If I can explain sidebar, Judge, it goes material.
May proceed.
And Mr. Rivera, what was your title with the North Miami tribe of the Latin Kings when you got arrested in this case?
This case right here,
Or the federal case?
I was a leader.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's 5 designations of leaders in the Latin King organization, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's certain crowns, correct? There's like a 5th crown, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that called the secretary?
Yes, sir.
There's a 4th crown, which is called the treasurer.
Yes, sir.
There's a 3rd crown, which is called the enforcer.
Yes, sir.
There's a 2nd crown that's called, I can't pronounce it, it's CACIQU.
Sacique.
Okay. And then there's the Inca or the Primera, the 1st crown, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's what you were.
Yes, sir.
The 1st crown of the North Miami tribe of the Latin Kings, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in addition to being a local organization, well, it's not just a local organization, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
There's Latin Kings throughout the state of Florida, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in addition to the state of Florida, I believe there's 39 states in the United States where the Latin Kings have a presence, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At the time of this incident in 2014, how old were you, sir?
I'm like 32.
32. And you had been the Inca, or the 1st crown of the North Miami tribe since you were about 15 or 16, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How many members of the North Miami tribe were there in 2014?
I mean, that's a question for real.
I'm sorry, sir?
That's a serious question.
I'm asking it.
That can be a lot, no doubt.
How many, if you remember, as the leader of this North Miami tribe, how many members of the Latin Kings were part of the North Miami tribe in 2014?
Probably like 100.
100.
Probably.
Does that include all of Miami, or is that just North Miami?
That's just North Miami.
So including Miami, that number goes up. Is that correct?
Of course.
And as we move exponentially north and west and a little bit south, the numbers increase, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that there is a Latin King presence in Key West?
Yeah.
Broward County,
Yes.
Tampa,
Everywhere.
okay. Everywhere, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm going to ask some specifics, and I apologize for cutting you off, but I just need to make sure I get my questions out. So St. Petersburg, yes?
Yes.
Because that's part of everywhere, right?
Yes, sir.
Naples, correct?
Yes, sir.
Jacksonville?
Yes.
What about here in Tallahassee?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
I don't
Isn't
know.
Tallahassee part of everywhere?
Yeah, but I don't associate people in Tallahassee. Never been in Tallahassee in my life.
So just so I'm clear, when I asked you if there's
That
Latin King,
usually means you're gonna repeat a question. Let's not repeat, Mr. Sanguinet.
so out of all the places in Florida that have Latin Kings, the only place that you're not aware if they have Latin Kings is here in Tallahassee. Is that your testimony?
Yeah, I mean, they got them, but I don't know nobody from Tallahassee.
So now you're saying that they have them, but you don't
They
know
got
them
them.
personally, correct?
They got them, but I don't know nobody in Tallahassee.
Well, do you think that they know you?
Maybe.
Okay. And that's because you're a leader in a substantially sized tribe of the Latin Kings. Is that correct?
Yeah, they don't know me, but they probably know my name.
So could you pick up a phone and call somebody and get information on somebody that's associated with the Latin Kings in, let's say, Jacksonville? Could you do that?
If you're the leader, of course.
Okay. And you were a leader, right?
Yes, sir.
So what about, could you pick up the phone and find out if there's people in Gainesville? You could do that as a leader, right?
Yes, sir.
Everywhere, right?
Everywhere.
Okay. Because in addition to being a local organization, it's a statewide and national organization, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've been a leader of this organization pretty much your entire adult life, correct?
Yes, sir.
How do you become, what do you need to do to become a Latin King?
I was born into it.
What about, what is your definition of gangbang?
Gangbang.
Yes, sir?
Latin King is a family. First and foremost, a family. It's an organization that everybody take care of everybody. You take care of the neighborhood.
Do you recall if I ever asked you what were the things you had to do to become a Latin King? Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Do you recall what your answer was?
No, I don't remember.
If I show you a copy
You gotta read it.
of I gotta read it?
Yeah, I can't read.
I don't know, man. If I'm this lawyer, I'd be like, you're the head of the Latin Kings? He's like, yeah. I'd be like, okay.
Let me ask you this.
No
Did you
further
tell me
questions. Sorry.
on on January 31st, 2018, that to get initiated in the gang, you had just gangbanged. Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
And would it be safe to say that when I asked you to expand on what gangbanging means, you said surviving life? Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
Does that include selling drugs?
Everything, I guess.
Okay. Did you sell drugs?
Yes, sir. I gotta
Hey.
survive.
And you did this to take care of your family, correct?
Yes, sir.
And to take care of the nation, right?
Yes, sir.
And when I say the nation, I'm discussing the Latin King nation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, would proceeds from your illegal activity go back to the organization?
Repeat that question again.
Sure, no problem. Would the proceeds,
What proceed mean?
like the money you make,
Okay.
okay? If there's ever a time where I ask a question that you don't understand what I'm saying, let me know. And
That's
I'll
what I'm
clarify
doing.
just so I'll make sure that everybody's on the same page, all
I'm
right?
doing it right now, sir.
I'm sorry?
I said I'm doing it right now.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. So proceeds means what money you make. So the money you made from your illegal activity, did you give it back to the nation?
It's a treasure. You put money in a treasure.
Okay, so the answer is yes.
Yes.
A treasury? It's just wild to me. I mean, I guess I'm naive, but how this is like essentially just like a corporation. It's wild.
Now, to your knowledge, well, let me ask it this way. Is there a manual or a book that your organization uses that has rules in it?
Yes, sir.
An HR manual?
And does it go by the initials KMC?
Yes, sir.
Tell the members of the jury what those initials stand for.
You said KMC?
Yes, sir?
It's AKMC. Amor de Rey.
Okay. I'm sorry. I can barely understand what you're saying. Can you say that a little bit louder, sir?
Amor de Rey.
Okay. And is that English or another language?
That's Spanish.
Okay. And hence the name Latin Kings, correct?
Latin King.
And even though you can't read or write, can you translate from English to Spanish?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell the members of this jury from English to Spanish what that means?
That means almighty. Almighty love.
Almighty love. And that's your rule book, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever heard it initialized as KMC?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what, well, let me ask it this way. Is there a portion in that with regards to a code of silence that your gang has to abide by?
Yes, sir.
So one of the principles that's in your rule book is that whatever activity you do within your organization should maintain within that organization. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And whatever activity that you do, if it's illegal, you're not supposed to talk about it, correct?
Of course.
Now, according to your book, the KMC, is there a punishment or a violation that one receives if you provide information against another Latin king?
What do you mean by that?
So let's say a buddy of yours, one of your brothers, let's call him King Anthony, okay? Let's say King Anthony did a crime and you helped the prosecution or you helped the police prosecute him. Would that be a violation according to your rule book?
Objection, relevance, and hypothetical.
Overruled. Go ahead, sir.
Of course.
What would be your punishment?
I'm going through it right now. They're trying to kill me.
They're going to try to kill you.
Yeah.
So you'll agree with me that cooperating against a fellow king would result in probably the most serious penalty that you can have in your manifesto, correct?
Of course.
Loss of your life.
Yes, sir.
This attorney's real tough as someone who almost died looking at the light from the projector.
Now, you have a tattoo designating your allegiance to your organization, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's on your stomach?
Yes, sir.
And it's the 5 points or the 5 points of the crown, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you still have that tattoo?
Yes, I do.
Are you still a member of the Latin Kings?
Nope.
When did you lose your membership?
When I went back to Coleman, back to the feds.
Okay.
2016.
When in 2016?
Right when I came over here to cooperate.
Okay. So at the beginning of your cooperation, which I would say late September, early October, does that sound about right, sir?
Yeah.
You lost your affiliation because you violated one of the rules in your Latin King manifesto. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you in general population at Coleman? I'm sorry. Let me ask the question this way. Where are you currently housed?
Arizona.
Okay. And that's in a federal facility?
Yes, sir.
And as the prosecution said, you are currently serving a 151-month sentence based on your agreement to plead guilty in a federal racketeering case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what racketeering, sorry. I apologize, strike that question. And so as part of your federal sentence, you have been designated by the Bureau of Prisons, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your designation in the Bureau of Prisons is in a federal facility in Arizona, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you'll agree with me that for inmates that they're concerned for their safety and welfare, there's a special portion of the federal facility that they can put you in, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's called the SHU, right?
Yes, sir.
And the SHU stands for a special housing unit, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently in the SHU?
Not right now.
Okay. When you say not right now, I see that you're here in Leon County, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
when you meant not right now, prior to them bringing you over here, when's the last time you were in the SHU?
In Leon County.
I'm sorry?
In Leon County.
In Leon County. When you were in federal custody, were you ever in special housing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about in Arizona?
The Arizona, that prison I'm in, is called a drop-by yard, but it's called a PC, protected custody. That's where they got me at right now.
So are you in special housing in your federal facility?
No.
You're in general population, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have they had this, by they, well, let me rephrase
I was
that.
wondering that too, Calder. Keep hearing the whispering.
You indicated earlier that if you testified against the Latin King, they try to kill you, correct?
Testify against anybody.
Well, I'm asking you testifying against the Latin King.
I think he answered your question, this thing, and do you have another question?
Yes, Judge. What is a KOS order?
KOS?
Yes.
KOS.
Right.
Kill on sight?
Kill on sight? Are you familiar with that?
I just said it, sir.
Have you ever given a KOS order?
No.
Did you guys think the whispering was coming from me?
During you're aware that at some point between September and November, the U.S. government put a wire intercept on your federal indictment investigation on your phone. Is that correct?
Yeah, they got caught. Yeah, I know.
And what I'm asking you is this. You know that the feds had you wired up for a month.
Yeah, I found out.
Okay. And you found out because, like in any criminal investigation, one of the things that they do is they show you the evidence that they have against you, right?
Yes, sir.
And you'll agree with me that in your federal investigation, you learned that for 30 days, the federal government listened to every one of your phone calls. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In October 2014, did you have, as a Latin King, an issue with members of the 400 gang that moved into Highland Village?
Yes, sir.
And in late October of 2014, did you, Luis Rivera, initiate a series of phone calls asking for assistance from fellow Latin King gang members? Do you
Yes,
recall
sir.
doing that? And do you recall that what you initially wanted to do, or what you asked your fellow Latin Kings, your brothers, to do, was to get armed up and come and help you deal with these other gang members? Is that correct?
Objection, relevance?
Sustained.
Have you ever been involved, other than the case that we're talking about, have you ever been involved in the distribution of narcotics?
Objection, relevance?
Let's go side first.
May I inquire, Judge?
You may.
Mr. Rivera, did you sell drugs in the year 2012?
Yes, sir.
What drugs did you sell in the year 2012?
Weed and cocaine.
Did you sell drugs in the year 2013?
Probably my whole life.
So would it be fair to say that from your teenage years up until your arrest, you were involved in the distribution of narcotics?
Yes, sir.
And I know this because we've spoken about it. It was initially just weed, right?
Yes, sir.
And as you got older, you started selling powder, right? Have you ever committed an armed robbery?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember ever giving me an answer different than that?
I can't remember.
Now you said that you can't read or write, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know the difference between the words yes and no?
Yes, sir.
May I approach, Judge?
He
It's
said
paid.
he can't read. You're not going to give him something to read.
Judge, it's just to differentiate between the words yes and no.
No. Proceed.
Do you recall taking a deposition with me on January 31st, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during that deposition, I was there and Ms. Kappelman was there?
Yes, sir.
And there was a person that's called a court reporter that was taking notes of what you were saying?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm going to refer to line 22 and 23. I asked you, have you ever committed an armed robbery? And your answer was no. Now, today, when I ask you that, your answer is no,
The
yes,
question
correct?
is, do you recall that question and that answer?
Do you recall that
Be
question and that,
proper impeachment.
do you recall that question and answer?
I can't remember.
Once again, Your Honor, I would ask to be able to show the witness.
Move on, Mr. Singer.
So you indicated you have committed armed robberies, right?
Yes, sir.
And you gave a statement to law enforcement, I believe October 4th?
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought you were through with your question.
No, Judge, on October 4th, 2016, you remember that? Let me kind of refresh your recollection. You're sitting there, you got your lawyer, Mr. Collins to your right, you got Detective Isom on your left, and you got an FBI investigator, Mr. Sanford, directly in front of you.
I got my lawyer. Who to my right?
Chuck Collins.
I think it was David Collins.
Oh, so you do remember?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to refresh my memory too.
Is David the older or the younger gentleman?
David is the father.
Is the father. Okay. So you had David Collins to your right. You remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're sitting at a table, right? And you remember that they told you that they videotaped the interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
All right, Madeline.
would it sound about right that this whole videotaped statement that you gave on October 4th, 2016, in the presence of your lawyer, with Detective Isom, Detective Stanford, took about 2 hours long? Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And do you also remember that during that videotaped statement, you called yourself a jack boy? Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's a jack boy?
Jack boys that rob drug dealers.
Rob drug dealers. Now, when you rob a drug dealer, do you rob them on the streets, or do you go to their house?
Go to the house and take their dope.
Because drug dealers don't keep their dope out of the streets. It's usually stashed somewhere in their house, right?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to ask serious questions with regards to these. I mean, do you knock on the door and say, "Excuse me, can I have your drugs"? Does it work like that?
No.
So would it be fair to say that when you go in there, you have the intention to either use force or intimidate by using intimidate with the use of force?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would it be a fair statement to say that you do this while you're armed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what would be the weapon that you would most likely use during a robbery of a drug dealer?
A handgun.
Okay. And what happens if you go in and well, let me ask you a question. Do you knock on the door or do you kick down the door?
I knock on the door.
You knock on the door?
Yeah.
Okay. And when they open the door, what do?
Give me everything.
Okay. And do you set up surveillance before you do these robberies?
No.
No. Okay. So do you care whether or not if there's kids in the house when you're committing an armed robbery of a drug dealer?
I do care if there are kids in the house, and when I do rob somebody, there's no kids in the house.
But you just told me you don't do surveillance, so how do you know?
Because there ain't going to be no kids in the house. We know the guy we're going to rob. That's it.
You know the guy that you're going to rob.
Yeah.
But yet you didn't do any surveillance, right?
Ain't no kids in the house.
So you're telling me every time you hit a drug dealer, you knew whether or not that there were kids in the house because you have those moral standards?
Yes, sir. I never hit nobody with no kids in no house.
I believe him.
And you're saying that under oath to this jury?
Yes, sir.
And you understand what being under oath is, correct?
Go ahead. Explain to me.
I mean, at the beginning, you raised your right hand, you swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure as your lawyer has advised you, there is a penalty for lying under oath, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever lied under oath?
No.
That's not a proper question, Mr. Singer.
Let me ask you a question. Do you recall when you pled guilty in federal court, there was a document called a factual proffer. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I heard it.
May I approach, Judge? May I approach, Your Honor?
What purpose is it to show somebody can't read the written document, Mr. Singh?
Judge, it's got his initials on it. It has his signature.
All right,
It's got a date.
okay, go ahead.
Mr. Rivera, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 2.
But we already have a defense exhibit 2 unless we're gonna do separate documents for Garcia.
It's under Garcia,
Magdana.
Judge. I apologize. It's been marked as Garcia number 2. Do you want me to change that, Your Honor?
That'll be okay for now. We can discuss that later.
Now, you indicated that you can't read, but you know what your name looks like, right?
Of course.
Whose name is that right there?
My name.
Okay. Is that your signature in the bottom right-hand corner?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, your initials
Yes, sir.
on page 1? Are these your initials on page 2?
Yes, sir.
Are these your initials on page 3?
Yes, sir.
Are these your initials on page 4, sir?
Yes, sir.
And whose signature is that?
Mine.
And can you read numbers?
Yeah.
What number is that?
11, 6, 15.
So on November 6, 2015, is that the day you gave your factual proffer?
Yes.
Are these the signatures? Is that your name and these are the initials?
Yes, sir.
At this time, Judge, I'll move Defense Exhibit 2 under Garcia into evidence.
Sir.
Objection, hearsay.
This reminds me
For impeachment.
of when Harpootlian tried to be a tough guy
I'll sustain the objection. At
with
this
Dr.
point.
Reamer
I failed to
and
see
Ronnie
the relevance.
Crosby,
Move on.
and he just ended up looking like a dick. And this is the exact same thing. They think they're tough guys, and they're just looking like a dick in front of the
Do you
jury.
recall me asking you if you had the crimes associated with your factual proffer on your record?
Yes, sir.
And you told me that even though it's on your record, that you didn't do some of these crimes. Is that correct?
Yeah, I told you that.
You told me that, right?
Yeah.
And the document that I just showed you, did your lawyer, when he went over it with you, indicate that there's a portion that says, I agree with all the facts set forth in the factual proffer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also, when you took your plea of guilty in front of a federal judge, did he read this factual proffer to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, he
Okay.
did.
Word for word, right?
Not word for word, but he told me, he explained to me.
Okay. And in
Sustain the objection, Mr. Singh. Let's move on.
which objection, Your Honor?
I've found it's not relevant. Move on.
That should be us, Liz. You're right. That should be us. It is, Kim. Yes, my full name is Jason.
Give me just 1 second, Judge.
Sure.
Guys, I had planned to stop at 2 today, but I'll finish this testimony.
Mr. Garcia, I'm sorry, Mr. Rivera, have you ever used your position as a leader in the Latin Kings to recruit other Latin Kings to help you further any violent crimes?
Yes, sir.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Yes,
You can
sir.
answer that.
Well, I got a question for you. I'm here for another
Well,
indictment.
Judge, with sorry, Judge, I'm objecting to the witness asking questions of the attorney.
Ask another question.
So if you could answer that, the question that I just asked you.
Ask your question again, please.
Sure, no problem. Mr. Rivera, have you ever instilled the use of other Latin Kings to further any kind of violent criminal act?
Yes, sir.
Bye, Karen.
In fact, in the 1 month that your phone had a wire intercept, you attempted 3 separate violent acts reaching out to other fellow Latin Kings. Isn't that correct?
Objection, relevance?
I'll overrule the objection.
So you can answer that question.
Yes, sir.
So in a 30-day period,
You've asked it once.
Thank you,
He's
Judge.
answered it
Yes, sir.
once. We don't need to do it twice.
no problem, Judge, thank you. And in the future, if I refer to other fellow kings, is every fellow king have the word king prior to a nickname or a designation?
Yes, sir.
So the person that you were talking about earlier, Anthony, was it
Torres.
Anthony Torres, did he have a king name?
Jíbaro. Jíbaro.
And is he still alive?
He's dead, sir.
Did he die here in South Florida?
I was in prison when I found out.
Do you know where he died?
Nah.
Do you know how he died?
I heard a motorcycle accident.
And this is the individual that you're claiming you called to find my client when Katie called you, right?
Yes, sir.
Katie is Sigfredo's wife, as you described her, right?
Yes, sir.
She has his numbers, right?
Yes, sir.
You have his numbers, right?
Yes, sir.
And just for the record, Sigfredo had multiple phones at all times, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's get to June 4th, okay? Or let's get to June 3rd. Do you remember what time Sigfredo came up to you and told you that he had a job for you in Tallahassee?
It was late night, maybe like about 10, 11 o'clock at night, somewhere around there.
Okay. And what time did you guys hit the road?
Excuse me?
What time did you guys get on the road?
Right away.
Right away. Okay. So let's just go ahead and say around 11 o'clock. Does that sound about right?
Maybe. I can't really remember the time, but I'm saying like between 9 to 11 was out the way.
Okay. 9 to 11 p.m.
Yes, sir.
And this is when Sigfredo Garcia came to you with a rented, was it a Nissan?
I think it was.
But you didn't rent the car there that day, correct?
Nope.
And he came to you and he told you you had a job, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when did he tell you you had that job?
In my house.
Okay. And from there, and you went and you got a gun, right?
I can't remember if it was the same day or not.
Well, let me ask it this way. You had guns at your disposal, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're a Latin king. You can call. Did you have your own personal firearm?
No, I went and bought one.
Let me see if I didn't ask that question correctly. Did you have your own piece? Did you have your own firearm for your own protection prior to the day?
I always kept one.
You always kept it?
Yeah.
Okay. So you had your own gun, right? Luis Rivera's gun, right?
Yes, sir.
But you chose not to take that gun because you wanted to find another gun. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Because wouldn't that be a smarter thing to do? Have a firearm if you're going to commit, whether it's a home invasion or a murder, that nobody knows is yours, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay? So, did you call one of your Latin King brothers to get a gun?
Nope.
Where'd you go?
To the corner.
To the corner, like in the hood?
In the hood.
Okay. And so you got a gun from a guy in the corner. White guy or black guy?
Black guy.
Black guy. So a black guy in the hood, you walked up to him and said, I need a piece, right?
Yes,
The
sir.
fuck does it matter if he's white or black? What the fuck kind of question is that?
Would it be safe to say, well, let me ask you this. in your Latin King manifesto, does it talk about not involving non-Latin kings to ensure integrity within your organization?
Are we here for the murder case or for the Latin King case?
I think it's the same thing.
No, it's not.
Okay, so answer my question. Don't answer my question with a question.
It's not. What you talking about? You keep talking about the Latin Kings, where it ain't got nothing to do with
Well,
the
hold
murder.
on.
Why are
But
there no
you're
objections
King
right
Tato,
now?
right?
Yeah, but they don't got nothing to do with the murder.
According to you, right? Because
No.
if you were,
Wait a minute, stop. Ask another question, just saying it then.
Oh.
Answer the question.
is
Where are the
there
other
a
attorneys
portion
not
of
objecting?
the Latin King
Why is the
manifesto,
judge stopping
which
it?
suggests that if you were to buy a gun to commit a crime, you'd buy it from another king to make sure you don't get in trouble?
No. You can buy it from wherever you want to buy it from.
You've been a leader of this organization since you were 15 years old, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And so you understand, I mean, you're cooperating now, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you understand there's informants and cooperators everywhere, right?
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Could be a stranger, could allegedly be your best friend, right?
Yes, sir.
So instead of calling one of your 100 gang member brothers, where you are the king of the castle, the lion of the jungle, you choose to go to the hood and ask a stranger for a gun. That's your testimony?
Yes, sir, because
Okay.
they don't got nothing to do with what I'm about to do.
So you go and you get this firearm. Does the gun come with bullets at least?
No.
You have to buy bullets separately?
Yes, sir.
All right. Kind of like a toy without batteries?
Yeah, you can
Okay.
say that.
So where'd you go buy the
Toy
bullets?
without batteries? This
And,
guy's
gun
fucking
store.
out.
So you didn't ask
Oh.
the same guy on the corner to throw you some bullets in?
No.
Okay. So you go to the gun store and do you buy a pack of bullets?
Single bullets.
You buy single bullets? And is this regulated by the person that owns the firearm store?
No.
No? So you can just go buy bullets, you don't have to give ID or anything?
Never gave my ID.
And you bought a single bullet?
Now we got a few bullets.
You bought 3 bullets.
A few bullets. Like
I'm sorry.
like 15 bullets.
I
Oh, you want me to give you the
misunderstood.
number correct?
Well, it's kind of hard to hear you sometimes. So 15 bullets?
Yeah.
Did you call Garcia and ask him if he needed some bullets too?
Oh, he was with me.
He was with you.
Yeah.
Hey,
Do you know what
Crystal.
time it was that you went to the, so Garcia was with you when you went to the hood? To get the gun?
No.
Okay. Which car did you use to go to the hood?
My car.
What kind of car is that?
I had an old Mercedes.
An old Mercedes?
Yeah.
Okay. So you drive your own car to the hood. At this time, you already knew you needed the gun to commit whatever crime you thought that you were going to do, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you chose, and Garcia's right there with the rental car, right? Right?
When I bought the gun?
Right.
When
I
I
mean-
bought the gun, he was with it. Come on, come back. Come
Okay.
back with me, man.
After Garcia told you he had a job to do, how long after that did you go get the gun? Immediately?
I can't remember.
Awesome,
Okay.
Crystal.
I
Glad to
think I
hear
told you
it.
that already.
Well, I'm just trying to create a timeline.
Yeah, but you going back
Terry.
and forth trying to confuse me. We're not gonna do that. Just come on.
I'm not trying to confuse. I'm trying to ask a very simple question. He tells you you have a job, right? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. You assume this is a violent job, right? That's going to require you to get a firearm, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you go from where you live. Are you living with Jessica at the time, or are you on your Miami Beach house?
I live with Jessica.
Okay. So you go. It's 135th Street.
Yes, sir.
So where'd you go? The Pork and Bees. Which hood did you go to?
It's right around the corners. I live in the hood, man.
Okay. So you go down the street in your car, right?
Yes, sir.
And you buy a firearm.
Yes, sir.
And then you come back and get in the car with Garcia, and then you go buy bullets?
Now you confused me right there, though. I think I went with Garcia in the car. I
Okay.
can't remember. I
Okay.
can't remember.
Okay, now you can. Okay. So after you get the bullets, do you guys head up north?
We got the bullets the next day, man.
Okay.
Let me refresh my memory. You going back and forth
No,
on
listen,
me.
take your time. Take your time.
We got nothing but time. Got 19 years.
Can't take that long.
That's Mr. Singer. Ask a question.
You got
It's
a
crazy how
citation
much
on June 4th in the morning,
like him better
right?
than
The
Wendy.
prosecution showed you?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you get the gun on June 3rd or June 2nd?
I already had the gun going up there.
That wasn't my question, sir. My question is, after Mr. Garcia allegedly told you about this purported job, you said that you went to get a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he tell you about this job the night of or the day before you left going north?
No, the same night he told me about it.
Okay, the same night. So you went down the corner, got the gun, and then got your bullets, and then headed up north, right?
Yes, sir.
You testified originally on direct examination that he drove, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the prosecutor showed you a ticket, and then you said, well, we had to switch out, right?
Yes, sir.
Is it your testimony? Well, let me ask you this. Were you and Garcia drinking on your way up north?
Every time?
Every time, okay?
I was snorting coke.
Okay, well, that's what I'm getting to. And you and Garcia were drinking and driving, right?
Yes, sir.
Snorting cocaine?
Yes, sir.
Who was snorting more coke, you or Sigfredo?
Sigfredo.
I'm sorry, Mr. Garcia, I apologize, Judge. Mr. Garcia, who was doing more coke, you or him?
Him.
Okay, like a little bit or a lot more?
Just a lot, not a little bit more.
A little bit more. How much cocaine did you and Mr. Garcia go through from Miami to Gainesville?
Can't remember.
And a gram?
I can't remember.
2 grams?
I can't remember, sir.
How much did you take up there?
I don't remember.
About an 8 ball sound right?
Maybe a little bit more, probably.
Okay. So a little bit more than an 8 ball is how many grams?
3.5.
So 3.5 is 1 8 ball, so you took a little bit more. So let's say, would about 5 grams sound about right?
Probably.
So it's your testimony that as an experienced gang member, you get in a rental car.
Sounds like we're about to repeat what's been said, Mr. Singer. We're not gonna keep repeating everything twice. Let's move on, please.
Okay. In the car that you were driving, you had been drinking alcohol. There were little alcohol bottles.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you got pulled over by the police, you were driving, right? Obviously, you got the ticket, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you check to see if you had any remnants of cocaine powder on your nose?
Not at all.
What about Mr. Garcia? Did you look to see if he had any remnants of cocaine on his nose?
No.
And in the car are 2 firearms?
Yes, sir.
I don't remember what number exhibit this is.
Is it mine?
I was going to introduce it, but you introduced it before me.
Is it the ticket?
Yes,
Okay, let me see.
no problem. The government introduced this in evidence. I don't recall what the exhibit number is.
I see 65, Christine.
81.
Government's exhibit 81, which is going to be popping up on the screen, is a copy of the citation.
Yep, is it?
There we go. Your name is Luis Manuel Rivera, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The location on your driver's... I think this will be better. Sorry, Judge. The location on your driver's license as your address is 1805 Normandy Drive, Apartment 3. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's in Miami Beach, Florida. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How long had you lived in Miami Beach?
My whole life.
You were born April 25th, 1983?
Yes, sir.
You're a Hispanic male and you're 5'4"?
Yes, sir.
And the citation is going 90 miles an hour in a 70-mile-an-hour zone, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in conjunction to all the things that I've already described, the firearms, the drugs, the empty bottles, you were going 90 miles an hour at 9 o'clock in the morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the officer that pulled you over was a Florida, it was a FHP, Florida Highway Patrol?
I think so.
At any point, did he ask you to exit the vehicle to determine if he needed to conduct field sobriety exercises?
No, sir.
Did you smoke any marijuana in the car?
No, sir.
Did you take any marijuana with you?
No, sir.
So it's you and Mr. Garcia in a rental car with all the contraband we discussed, and Trooper Downing just issues you a citation for speeding, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was at 9:12 a.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, that citation took place on a mile marker in Gainesville, right here. I-75 northbound, mile marker 374. Is that correct? Let me go ahead and zoom that in for you.
He's telling me where to go. I don't even know where I was at.
And who's he?
Garcia.
Garcia. Did he have his GPS on his phone?
In his brain.
In his brain. Had you ever been up to Tallahassee with Mr. Garcia before?
Never in my life.
And it was your testimony earlier that Mr. Garcia never utilized his cell phone GPS. Is that correct?
No.
And as you indicated to the members of this jury, he was right next to you. If he was using his phone, you would have been able to see that he was using his phone for GPS, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he was able to get you not only from Miami, Florida to Tallahassee, but to drive around in Tallahassee to the appropriate locations. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know roughly how far mile marker 374 is from Gainesville to Tallahassee?
No idea.
After you received this citation, who drove? Did you continue driving?
Yes, sir.
And so from at least Gainesville to Tallahassee, you drove the rest of the way.
Yes, sir.
Did you guys still have the alcohol bottles in the Nissan after you got pulled over?
Yeah. It was in a brown paper bag.
Brown paper bag. You didn't think to throw it out afterwards?
Nah, it didn't cross my mind.
How many drinks would you say that you had consumed?
I can't remember that.
Was it one?
I can't remember that, sir.
Was it two?
Move on, Mr. Singh.
What about Mr. Garcia? Were you watching how many alcoholic beverages he was consuming?
Not at all.
How many alcoholic beverages, how many little bottles did you guys buy?
About a bunch. I just can't remember how many.
Give me a rough estimate of what
I
a
can't
bunch
remember
is.
how many, sir.
Multiple? That means more than two?
Of course, it's more than two, but I can't remember how many.
And do you remember how long it took to drive from Miami to Gainesville?
I know it took a couple of hours. I mean, a bunch of hours. I don't remember, though.
And during that time, did you guys consume all the alcoholic beverages that you had from Miami to Gainesville? Or did you have more alcohol after you got pulled over?
No, I think we had drank them all already.
So when you get to Tallahassee, and you're still driving, right?
Yes, sir.
Where do you go on June 4th, the same day of the citation?
We went straight to the hotel. I think we went to go rent a hotel that day.
You went to rent a hotel. Okay. And did you pick the hotel, or did Mr. Garcia pick the hotel?
Garcia picked the hotel.
Do you remember which exit you guys took off the highway?
No, sir.
You were driving though, right?
Yes, sir.
And how much of the cocaine did you have left? Do you remember?
No, I can't remember.
You think you had burned through most of it?
Probably.
And would it be a fair assessment to say that you hadn't slept all night?
Yeah, I ain't sleep.
Okay. And the night before, you didn't know that this was going to be occurring, right? You found out that's that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you had been up all day and all night?
Driving.
Correct. And you consumed multiple alcoholic beverages, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you and Mr. Garcia had consumed multiple grams of cocaine, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So it's also your testimony that somewhere after Orlando, that Mr. Garcia, according to you, tells you that this is a homicide. Right?
Is that first trip or the second trip?
First trip,
Okay.
right?
Yes, sir.
That's when you find out it's a homicide.
I just want to make sure, sir.
Okay. And it's your testimony to these jurors that he told you that he was going to give you either 30 or 35 stacks, right?
Yes, sir.
It's also been your testimony to this jury that you believed that he thought that you were going to do the shooting, right?
Yes, sir.
And just for the record, your testimony is that you did not do the shooting, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you still receive the same amount of money?
Yes, sir.
So for not committing the act that you were hired to do, right? Because it's your testimony that Sigfredo Garcia, Mr. Garcia, hired you to commit this murder, not to be your tag-along, that he still paid you the amount of money that he told you that he'd pay you at the beginning, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he didn't tell you, hey, listen, I thought you were going to actually do the murder and I had to do it, so I'm going to give you, man, I'll give you 10 stacks for 2 rides, right?
Yeah.
So you got $35,000 for 2 rides from Miami to Tallahassee,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
When you find a good stopping point, Mr.
I can stop right now.
I think the jury's probably had enough for the day.
Yes, Judge.
I wouldn't say it stop right this moment, just find a good
Absolutely.
stopping
If you
point.
think the jury's done for the day, we'll pick back up tomorrow. My pleasure.
It's a decent.
That's fine.
stopping point.
Absolutely.
Okay, I think probably reach a point where things, hard to keep your concentration. Don't discuss the case with anyone, don't let anyone discuss the case with you. 8:45 tomorrow, I guess we probably know the drill pretty well by now.
All right, that's a good place to stop. I tweeted this, and I know Stout was the trial to do, and I didn't. I couldn't do it. Wasn't for me. But I appreciate all you guys being here, supporting me and Shannon, supporting the stream, and watching this trial, even though it's not live. So I just want to really thank everyone. I really appreciate it. I'm looking for a new trial. Hopefully next week one starts, but tomorrow, you should be able to hear me now. I was on mute, but I think you should be able to hear me now. tomorrow, let me make sure everyone can hear me. Still on mute, or are you gonna hear me now? Yeah, we'll continue this. We'll continue this trial. Just for today, I'm ending it, but we'll keep coming back to this trial, guys. When there aren't live court days, we'll come back to this. We have till October until the next till Charlie's trial. So, but tomorrow, guys, tomorrow is going to be a lot of fun. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. tomorrow, guys. Murda rewatch stream. Supporting witnesses. Going to get through as many as I can from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. It's going to be fun. Just Shannon was saying, just looking at Roger made her smile, Roger Dale. So I think it'll be a lot of fun tomorrow. We'll go through a lot of the supporting witnesses. There's going to be some good more murder emojis, and I think it'll be fun to go through that together again. So tomorrow, we can do Wendy's interrogation. Absolutely. We'll do that one day. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll do this. I think it'll be a lot of fun. So I think it'll be a good time. And thanks everyone for being here today. I really appreciate it. I really, really do. Me and Shannon both do. And we will see you all tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Thanks, everybody.